Just the 8.5 hours to go then. Welcome back to the total 24 hours of Spa. Sunday morning has broken. There's a bit of fog hovering over the circuit. The rain that we had last night has gone, thankfully, and it's due to be a dry day. And the teams that have battled on through the night get to the daylight and think we're nearly at the end, but far from it, because there is still, as I say, over 8 hours of the race remaining. Spa shrouded in fog at certain parts, but the sun is trying to break through, so it looks as though we're going to be in for a good day. Contrast on the weather we had at the start yesterday, a very wet road indeed. A big crowd was here despite the conditions, and the fans saw Frank Stippler from pole position a bit slow away, and that gave McLaren a 1-2 on the run down towards Eau Rouge, with the race being led by Kevin Est with Alvaro Parent, his Von Ryan Racing teammate, in second place. Lap 1, spin number 1. Frédéric Verviche just tagged Jean-Carl Vergnet's Audi. He then tagged Tony Villander, who went through and passed him. Villander was in the gravel himself a couple of laps later with a brake caliper drama, possibly a legacy of that contact, and that was the spin. Villander got it back to the pits. They then had to work on the car, and it took many laps for the Pro-Am favourite to get back into the race and cost them a chance of a class win. Bentleys were running strong in the early hours of the race. Guy Smith working his way through traffic. But then we had the first safety car period when Gilles Duquesne ploughed off the road going up to Les Combes. The Ferrari damaged beyond repair. Safety cars, plural, deployed because we have 2 to operate around the Spa circuit. And when the race was back underway, it was clear that some cars had gained an advantage, others had been affected badly. Very badly affected. Karim Moget's BMW, a huge off going up to Les Combes. Not only was the car destroyed, but so too was the barriers. It was a long safety car period as the barrier had to be repaired. Karim Moget was okay, but sadly for the second year in a row, an accident has taken him out of a race he really enjoys competing in. The clever teams brought the cars in, cycled through fuel and tyres and drivers, and it left Kevin Est and René Rast in the orange McLaren and the red Audi respectively up near the front of the field. Marc VDS brought both of its BMWs in, Maxime Martin and Lucas Lohr having done the first stint in those cars. But the barrier repair still had to be completed as Bentley turned both 8 and 7 through the pits and blasted back into the race. Maxime Soulet, the local hero, had started in 8, Guy Smith in number 7. The track workers toiled away as the field continued to circulate behind the safety car. As it did circulate, the field was conscious that the track was drying, and it wasn't long before people made a dash for the pit lane and a change onto slick tyres. But in true Spa fashion, within 4 laps of people going onto slicks, the rain was back. A very wet road meant you couldn't stay out on the slick tyres, and those that had tried to roll the dice had to come back in. Phoenix Racing compromised with both of its Audis, and Christopher Mies and Marcel Fatzler were determined to get back up the order as they battled with Mauro Engel on the run down to Bruxelles. And Curie Kos was leading the Pro-Am category. Great first stint by Alexander Sims, but as the rain continued, a full course yellow was called for. That became a safety car after Jean-Carl Vergnet made contact with Michele Rugelow's Ferrari. Rugelow was out, and Vernet's Audi in its pit garage for repairs. Up from the back of the grid and to a brief second place, the number 63 Lamborghini Huracan. Mirko Bortolotti was at the wheel, and he'd done a great job in the early laps of the race. But so too had René Rast. Number 1 Audi wriggled its way through the piff-paff as ahead the sky just started to break and a bit of blue peeked through. 46 and 45, the 2 Marc VDS BMWs, after another tyre stop back into the race. But number 1, with René Rast at the wheel, was the leading car, and it wasn't long before Laurens Vanthoor took it over. Before he did, though, there was drama for Alexei Kalachev, who had this big lose heading past the endurance pits. The Mercedes keeping away from everything solid, and the camera, but it costed a lot of time. Pit drama at Bentley as well, as the mechanic just lost his footing on the wet, slippery pit lane surface and a wheel went flying. More drama for Philippe Salaquada's Audi next. He went off big time at Blanchimont. He was okay, the car rather less so, the tyre barrier just in as bad a condition. So, safety car once more to retrieve a damaged Audi and also to rebuild the tyre barrier. For some, it was time to think about a beer, dinner and a cigarette maybe. Some drivers, though, still had to limber up because their first work of the race was imminent. The safety car brought them round as the barriers were repaired. Adam Christodoulou had done a good job in the Black Falcon 29 Mercedes. He gave the car over to Nico Verdonk, but Verdonk's stint in the car would not be a happy one. When the race got back underway, inevitably people had to try and battle their way through traffic, and the sparks flew as the cars worked their way over the curb at Eau Rouge. Number 9 into the pit lane for Timo Glock to give way to Alex Zanardi. Former Champ Car champion, Formula One racer, taking part in his first 24-hour endurance race in the specially adapted BMW Z4. The Frank Stippler Audi number 2 had started on pole but dropped away under a safety car, but with Stefan Ortelli at the wheel, it was chipping its way back up the order. We then had another safety car, Ryan Ratcliffe, off the road in the BMW. That was the 5th safety car of the race. It was another off at Blancpain, and that, with the damage to the BMW, put the car out of the race. Into the night, the teams battled. The fireworks were becoming to take up attention, the barbecue smells, the concert was in full flow, and Spa took on a whole different look as the teams took a deep breath and plunged into the darkness. But there was drama for Andy Merrick. He had a spin coming out of La Source, so also did the 17 Insight Racing Ferrari. Both rejoined, but worse was to come for Merrick, sad to say. Problems also for the 36 Santa-Lock Audi. It limped its way back to the pit lane. Michel Blancpain at the wheel, and he was able to limp into the pit lane and effect repairs. Less fortunate Nico Verdonk, who was harpooned by Andrea Piccini at La Source. That was another safety car period. Both were out of the race, Piccini given a formal reprimand for his actions as well. But just before that safety car came out, number 1 went off the road. Lawrence Van Toor made an uncharacteristic error. He was frustrated being trapped behind Jelmer Berman and couldn't find a way by in the traffic. He went off at the exit of Stavelot down at the new educational building corner through L'École. He went off, he did damage, he brought it back, but lost 5 laps, and that car now running 12, but effectively out of contention. Green flags flew, the cars made their way back into the race. By this stage, we'd had 6 safety car periods. It wasn't long before we had a 7th, and it would be for car number 7. Andy Merrick was the next casualty in the Bentley. He went off at L'École, and that put the car with front damage out of the race. There have been plenty of fireworks off track, never mind the fireworks on the road. And there's a replay of the 17 Ferrari and the 7 Bentley getting it wrong at La Source. From that, both rejoined, both recovered. There's also been drama for the 8 Bentley because Max Buch had a spin coming out of the bus stop. He was able to rejoin from that as well. The drivers tried to put the distractions of the fireworks out of their minds as they carried on. But number 7 had its big accident up at L'École. That is out of the race. So too, number 8 Bentley has gone in the night with mechanical problems. We have lost number 3 Audi, we've lost number 4 Audi, we've lost the number 19 Mercedes. Ben Schneider's 18 Mercedes ended up in the gravel. And so we'll catch up on more retirements in due course. Let's have a look at how we stand. 45 is now the leading car. Maxime Martin is at the wheel. And if there were to be a win for Marc VDS Racing, it would be perhaps a very just result after all the years of trying. But they've got to combat another Belgian team, WRT second, with now Nico Müller at the wheel. Running third is Daniel Junqueradea. Running fourth is Lucas Law. Fifth now is Christopher Mies, albeit 2 laps down. In 6th place, going strongly, is Passin Lafouras in the Ferrari ahead of Mike Rockenfeller. And scroll further down, you can see that the number 78 BMW soldiering on in 13th place despite a rear light issue last night. Number 22 Nissan started from the pit lane after pitting on the formation lap, but that car has battled its way up into 14th place. Alex Zanardi's BMW in 16th, a top 10 finish they aim, and that's a good solid result. And in 20th place, and how about this for a good effort, is the AM class leading Audi of Ian Logie, Julian Westwood, Callum McLeod and Benny Simonson. Second in that class is the durable Porsche, which at the moment has got Dimitris Konstantakis at the wheel of the car. Look further down the order, the McLarens have had a bad night because 58 is down in 27th, 59 down in 30th. The early race pace not being sustained, with problems delaying them over the course of the evening. For Lamborghini, number 19, the Jeroen Mul car, had a spin, but then retired from the race with further dramas. The surviving car, 63, now down in 32nd place with Giovanni Venturini at the wheel. And the list of retirements is growing because effectively now you can see that everybody down from 45th on that order is gone, if not actually higher, because of the dramas that have affected a couple of the Team WRT Audis. But with gearbox problems, engine problems, damage, being assaulted by other cars, the list of retirements has grown and the list of reasons has been a varied one through the night as well. 57 started, but we are now down to something like 39, 38 still circulating competitively. There are 1 or 2 in the race that are many, many laps down. And number 240, classified in 55th, won't be classified as a finisher because the whole purpose of that car is to do 24 minutes each quarter It has got 4 Belgian racing legends driving the car: Pascal Wittmer, Jean-Michel Martin, Eric van der Poel and Marc Douay. And the whole thing is to raise awareness and to hope to raise money to fight cancer. It's a very worthwhile project. Marc VDS supporting it, and that car will come back out before the end of the next quarter of the race. Nico Bastien currently leads the championship. You score points at the 6 and the 12-hour mark, and because of the pace that 99 has displayed over the course of this race, Nico Bastien and Steph Dusseldorp now head the Pro Cup ahead of Alex Buncombe, Kepsa Masachio and Wolfgang Wright. Out of the race, Kane Merrick-Smith. Way down, Lawrence Van Toren, because he split cars away from Frins and Verne. They are really in strife as well, because their car a retirement. And Danny Juncadella running 6th in the title race at the moment, 41 points to the Spanish driver. After that, the Stefano Ortelli, it's Frank Stippler, Maxime Martin, of course. Marc VDS only occasional visitors to the championship this year, but doing a strong job nonetheless. Silverstone winners Rob Bell, Kevin Est and Shane van Gisbergen next in the title race battle ahead of Nico Müller. And then more from Marc VDS. Lucas Law, Marcus Pautela ahead of Max Buch, now out of the race, so too Andy Soucek and Maxime Soulet. So it's been a bad race for Bentley. Both cars gone of the M Sport team, and one of the HTP independent team's cars has gone as well. 83 being out of the race with a gearbox failure. You can see the number of drivers, though, that have scored points across the 3.5 races that we've had effectively this year, because we've had a longer race of Paul Ricard, but with the ability to score points twice during and then once at the end of the total 24 hours of Spa. This an important weekend in the championship. It's an important race in itself, but the team's also now, with only a 3-hour race and the normal points tally on offer at the end of the year, they have to factor that in as well to the end of the season. It illustrates how popular the Blancpain Endurance Series is. So many drivers coming into the Pro Cup alone this year. So many of them being able to score points and score strongly. So the race on track continues with now, after a pit stop for the for the 45 BMW, number 2 Audi has taken back the race lead. And just like last year, it's going to be this cat and mouse battle between Team WRT and Marc VDS, seemingly. VDS this year with 2 cars up there, and the intriguing element this year as well is the Rover Racing Mercedes that is currently 4th in the pits in the hand of Danny Juncadella. So there's 45. It is Augusto Farfus at the wheel, and up to a lap ago, this was the leading car, but now we've got Nico Müller's Audi back into the lead of the race. The car working its way out of Blanchiment, and Augusto Farfus, part of the DTM BMW squad, brings the car down towards the bus stop. Welcome back to Spa. We have OJ Borg in the pits, John Watson and David Addison trackside, looking at Spa, John, this morning, which has got the sun set to break through, and the team's weary, have still got a long day ahead of them.
Well, the teams, you can see, are weary. They've had a long night, in some cases a very stressful night, but this is an endurance race. But tell that to the top 5. They've been running, literally, as you've been talking, David, I've been watching their lap by lap right now because of the pit stops coming at a particular point. But on the last sort of 3 or so laps, the top 5 cars have all been lapping within 2 to 3 tenths of a second of each other, and they're lapping in and around the middle to low 2-minute 21 seconds, which, when you consider at this point in a race, a very, very quick, it's a sprint pace, not an endurance pace that we're watching. And it is this battle with the 2 BMWs, the 2 Audis, and the Mercedes being bookended by those respective manufacturers. It's a German fest here at Spa.
And 2 cars are about to get a drive-through penalty for overtaking under yellows. One of them is number 6 Audi, which has got Mike Rockenfeller at the wheel, and that's just pitted, and it was running in 7th place. And the other is 41, one of the Sport Garage Ferraris out of Pro-Am, Francisco Guedes at the wheel of it. Now, we have the cars plunging downhill. You're riding now with 45 Augusto Farfus, and just up the road is the Mercedes of Danny Juncadella, which has gone a lap down, of course. It's already been overtaken by the leading Audi, but it could well now drop down behind the BMW as well, but it'll all unravel again on the next round of pit stops. So race order, number 2 Audi leads the way. Nico Müller at the wheel for WRT, and 45 Augusto Farfus here, running in 2nd spot, but they're very evenly matched, as John's been saying, in terms of lap time, in terms of sector time. What we now need to start looking at is, in dry conditions and hopefully without safety cars, how long people are doing on a stint, and therefore try and work out who's in the box seat come at the end of the race. Because remember, last year Marc VDS tried to get away with not changing tyres and save time and keep the race lead. Well, it worked, but then they just didn't have the grip to be able to withstand the challenge from Audi, and Audi won last year by just 7 seconds. It's going to be just as close potentially this year. Another great battle in store today.
Yes, and one other aspect that we need to keep a weather eye out for is brake wear over the last couple of years in Spa 24 has suddenly become much greater, and the teams are calculating that at some point, be it around the 15 or 18 hour mark, they may well be wheeling their car into the pits to do one of these amazingly fast disc pad changes. Certainly a pad change in all cases, but maybe a disc change depending how much wear has occurred. So it is by no means a done deal for Audi, BMW or Mercedes. There's a lot of racing remaining.
And problems for Mark VDS. Lucas Law has just been given a drive-through penalty in the third place car for overtaking under a yellow flag. So little things like that can bite you.
Mark Rockenfeller, now Lucas Law, being done for overtaking under a yellow flag. I wonder, is it at the same zone, or is there an issue where the drivers are having difficulty? I don't know. I'm only trying to surmise. But two drivers of that quality and that reputation, one would be very surprised if they were both being docked or penalised for overtaking under a yellow flag. It would not be something, in my view, that they did deliberately. They've been caught out, and I just wonder whereabouts on the racetrack, which sector that is. There is still some fog hovering around the higher parts of the circuit, and it may be as simple as that. But here we see the first of the brake changes.
Interesting that that's being done on the pit apron, not in a box.
But only two engineers doing it, which we saw this car, I think it was this car during the night, when the driver's door managed to become detached from its hinges, and they had four of them working out on the pit lane, and that then, in fact, there's four working again. Don't understand that.
No, get it into the box and then you can have everybody working on it. But it's already had one pit stop infringement penalty applied, this car, for too many people working on the door.
Hold on. Are there anybody's on the right-hand side? Oh, there is, yes. There's being a problem. Left front, getting the pads either in, because what happens when the pad wears down, the pistons and the caliper extend, and then to get the new thick pad back in, you've got to push the pistons back, and you're forcing the piston back with a big head of fluid, and sometimes it's tough to do. I don't know whether they have managed to get that. Yeah, so it's now the tyres are going to be... It's strange that they're allowed to use 4 mechanics to do the pad change, but only 2 can make the wheel and tyre change. So air jacks down, car returns. Just got to pump the brake pedal on the way down the pit lane to make sure that the pads are fully in contact with the disc. The last thing you want to do is rush down the hill and then find you've got a brake pedal that goes all the way to the floor while the fluid is being redistributed in the system, and the pads are then getting repressurized to do their job.
So we're back on track then for the race leaders. It is Audi from BMW, and then the third place BMW now in the pit lane, just serving its drive-through to 46. Lucas Law, as you see 45 there, the second place car heading through Les Camps. Now let's cross, if we can, to the race director Alain Adam and say, Alain, good morning. Has it been a good night in race control?
Good morning, John. It was a tough night, really tough.
And what have we got in store for today? Because now the weather is good, so this is going to be a lot kinder, I think, for all the officials.
I hope so. Now we got the major issue was the weather. So because still, if you look on the screens, you will see that the track is still not dry. So during the night, they swapped most of the car to slick tires, but when they were going outside the racing line, most of them hit the tires or the tire barrier. We got 19 cars that abandoned, and most of them due to crashes with the walls or the tire barrier.
Alain, we'll let you carry on running the race. Have a good day. Thank you. So
thank you.
There's Alain Adam in race control. Thumbs up, a happy man, and good to hear from the race director. Yes, yesterday particularly, last year's race had crash after crash after crash. This year's race did, but in a different kind of way. Isolated incidents with just single cars being involved. But this year more, and you've just heard it confirmed by the race director, more time taken not clearing cars, but having to repair barriers.
Certainly the barrier repairs up at the top of the Camel Straight. The second one where Karim Auger hit with his BMW did a lot of damage indeed, and that took quite a long time because it wasn't just the barrier, but it was the barrier mounts that had to be replaced elsewhere around the track. And the exit of Stavolo, Philippe Salaquada backed his Audi into that, and the whole tower bale had to be taken apart and removed, and a new bale installed. That was another 20 to 30 minute job, and a lot more incidents that are isolated incidents, principally being caused, as Alain has just pointed out, by the very demanding and tricky track conditions, and particularly when we got that period in the race where the track did get sufficiently dry for some drivers to go onto slicks. Then the rain came down, and to quote one or two drivers, they said it was monsoon-like conditions, almost impossible to keep the car pointing in a straight line up the straight. And again, many getting caught out by just straying, putting a wheel on a curb or on a white line, and once the car broke traction, because track temperatures were low and actual tire temperatures low also, the grip was gone, and you're just sitting there waiting for the nearest thing, and you're going to hit it, and there's going to be probably a DFN.
We've had drivers in here over the course of the race, Sean Walkinshaw being one of them, saying that he was going in a straight line, and suddenly the car aquaplaned, tweaked the chassis, tweaked his neck, put them out of the race, and there the leading car on a dry circuit, or almost dry circuit, now running wide out of Lecole.
Yeah, again, I just we haven't seen as much of this running wide over the curb on the exit of some of the corners. You can see coming up in the Blancpain, the drivers were permitted to use, and again, very wide in the exit. Now, I'm not quite sure whether Nico Müller wants to be doing this all the time, because while it does give you a good lap time, if eventually the race director decides that you're making an abuse of the circuit, and you can see certainly two parts of the circuit, clearly all four wheels were off the racetrack over the curb that defines the exit of the corner. You can get away with it for a short period, but if you keep doing it, you will get your chain pulled.
And Nico Müller at the moment has built up an advantage over Augusto Farfus after that last pit stop. And Lucas Lohr, I think, has kept third despite the drive-through, because of course he was ahead after another pit stop had gone the way of 99. 99 Mercedes had pitted, put Steph Dusseldorf back into the car, and therefore it lost time. So the drive-through taken by Lucas Lohr didn't lose too much from it. There, just going out of shot, the retro-liveried Nissan. Olivier Plau started that from the pit lane, number 22. But the car has soldiered on and hauled itself up the order now into 16th place overall, which is, again, proof of how if you stay out there and keep out of trouble, you will gain places. But it's not just about finishing these days. John's made the point, it is a sprint race. You just can't afford to lose laps. Now, as you see, 45, Augusto Farfus turning through La Source. Let's have a word with the team boss, because Bas Leinders is down in the pit lane ready to talk to OJ Bourne.
And Baz, lots of people have had sleep. You're still going, no sleep yet?
No sleep yet. I mean, we'll have some sleep after the race, but it's been a pretty good night. We had just a penalty for Lucas Lohr, apparently for overtaking on the yellow, but he says he didn't do it at all. But okay, that's always the case. There's nothing we can do. We can't prove anything. So, but we also got a penalty with Dirk Werner. Because he hit the Bentley, it was not on purpose, of course, but you still put him in the spin. So we lost 1 minute, which is a shame. Otherwise, we would have been more easily at the front.
But on the ups and downs of the night, you're currently in a fantastic position.
Well, we're in a good position, but the Audi number 2 is maybe in a slightly better position than us, and it's also going very fast. So, but it's still a few hours away, so quite a lot of things can happen.
And just hypothetically, we get towards the end of the race, your tyres are going off, and you're still ahead of the Audi. What do you do?
Well, leave the tyres on, just put some fuel and go to the end.
Baz, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's what they did last year, and it almost worked, but we'll see what the plan is going to be this year. They've still got over 8 hours to go before they need to worry about that, really. Now, just a quick one about 51 Ferrari, because it's second in Pro-Am, but it's just copped a drive-through penalty. Duncan Cameron is at the wheel of the AF Corsa car, overtaking under a yellow flag is the reason.
Yeah, there's 3 cars now have been undone in the space of 15 minutes. One of which was this car, Lucas Lohr. The other was now Duncan Cameron in the Ferrari. And Lucas Lohr insists I didn't do it. I would like to know at what point on the track that yellow flag is being abused. If it's on one single point, is it the problem of the flag not being visually, well, that's just another pretty shot looking down as the BMW comes down into the corner of No Name and then down the hill to Pouhon. As you can see, there's still enough mist, morning mist, and I wonder, is it one of those zones because the drivers, obviously he'll pick up a flag because the flag marshalling positions are always at points where a driver will pick it up. But if there is other factors, impeding a driver, and overtaking under a yellow flag would normally be coming up into a corner. It's unlikely it's going to be somewhere on a straight because there's little likelihood to have a yellow flag on a straight. So somewhere around the racetrack there is a point on the track where 3 drivers in the last few minutes have been docked a drive-through penalty for overtaking, and I just wonder why. And so up the hill, the beginning of this long climb to return up to the pit lane. The top 5 cars still, in fact, just to the last lap. Steph Dusseldorf has dipped into the mid-1-minute 20s in the Mercedes-Benz, currently in 4th place. I mean, this is not a done deal by any means for these top 5 cars, and in spite of Lucas Luhr just losing time having to make a drive-through penalty, any one of these top 5 cars, if it has one unscheduled pit stop, could drop out. Well, what's that all about then?
Best seat in the house, that.
It may well be, but it is a bit sort of lonely looking.
That's on the bank looking down towards Pau. We've had a pretty rare warning flag for track limits. All through practice and qualifying and Superpole, times were being disallowed and people were being reprimanded for exceeding track limits. Now, maybe it's because it's dry and people are pushing harder now, but we're starting to get warning flags for exceeding track limits, not at Blanchimont, which is where it was happening largely in Superpole, for example, but at the top of Radion, coming out of Eau Rouge. And now that the weather is improving, the dynamic of the race is changing a bit. People are braver, they're pushing harder, and they're using more of the road, and now the warnings are coming.
Well, I mean, I just picked up Nico Müller, for example, in the lead Audi. I think there's an abuse of track coming out of the Paul Frere Courbe, or Courbe Paul Frere, to give it its correct definition, and also the danger coming out of Blanchimont, running way wide, all 4 wheels over the demarcation line. But doing it on the exit of La Source, well, that's something, it's almost sort of a part of the game. If you look at other events that take place here, I've seen Formula 1 cars that are nearer to Brussels on their way to the apex of La Source.
There's Duncan Cameron, who is second in Pro-Am, but he's got to make this drive-through penalty, so that will cost the car time. Pro-Am is becoming a very, very fierce fight once more between the 2 AF Corsa cars. 51, second at the moment. Duncan Cameron, Matt Griffin, Francisco Guedes, who won the Gentleman Trophy, now the AM cars last year, and Davide Rigon. They're the 4 drivers. Chasing 47, which at the moment is being driven by Passin Lathouras, but it's Stéphane Lemeray and Gian-Maria Bruni and Alessandro Pierguidi as the other drivers. And this is the car heading away from us that's third, the Ecurie Corse BMW. Devon Modell is at the wheel of the car now, but Alistair McKay, Oliver Bryant and Alexander Sims, the rest of the driving force. And although Barwell could argue that they're up against Pro-Am Plus entries really in that category, this BMW is still doing a very good job, of course.
Well, it is a true, you might call it private entry within the spirit. The Ecurie Cars, of course, a name that goes back to decades, whereas the AF Corsa Ferraris really are factory Ferraris via private entrance.
There's the Barwell Russia BM about to go. Let's hear from Pierre Dieudonné from Team WRT now.
Pierre, Spa naturally has ups, it has downs. How are you feeling about your team and your cars currently?
Well, we're looking good with car number 2. Car number 1 is recovering, but of course the delay was very much, so we have no hope of a podium with that car, but it's nice to see it coming back into a better placing, yes, into the top 10 hopefully.
But car 2 looking very, very strong.
Yes, car 2, so it's a tight battle again with BMW and Mark VDS, also with the Raw Mercedes. So at the moment it's very intense. So it has been intense all through the night, and good for the show.
And just to check on the pads, you've not changed yet, have you?
No, we have not changed so far.
When will you be changing? Thank you very much. Thank you, Pierre.
Indefatigable. Yeah, so,
but a good try, OJ.
No, you've got to ask, but it is something that will no doubt have to be attended to, and it's going to be strategic point when they do it. And just looking at the top 5 lap times, we've now got Augusto Farfus also matching the time we saw a couple of laps ago from Steph Dusseldorf with the Mercedes-Benz. So 2 cars running in the middle 2 minutes 20 second laps, and that is a very, very high pace for a race with only just under now 8 hours remaining.
pre-race, WRT talking about doing the discs and pad change only after 15 hours, so that's a kind of guide. See if they're going to be good to the word. Pierre Dieudonné, just a quick word about, former winner of this race, not just through a team, but as a driver as well. Back in 1981, along with Tom Walkinshaw, he was a race winner back in the days of Mazda RX-7s, conquering the BMWs in the European Touring Car Championship.
And didn't they burst a few eardrums when they were going around this 7-kilometre racetrack? Think about the loudest engine you've ever heard in a race car.
Yes, you deserve danger money for driving it, never mind listening to it. There's the leading car then from Team WRT, Nico Müller at the wheel, and Augusto Farfus lapping a little bit quicker in the sectors, but of course that's really down to traffic. You only have to be just slightly hesitant to lose a little bit of time. But number 2 Audi, and it's the Gen 2 type Audi R8 LMS, the new cars, and again Müller way wide there at Le Col. These new cars lose the Ultra tag from the name, so they just become R8 LMS once more, and this is the second generation of the car. It was the type that won the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and Nico Müller then sharing with Stefan Ortelli and Frank Stippler, the car from pole position, leading the way.
And we saw Frank Stippler lose that advantage of pole position when the race got underway at 4:30 in the afternoon, Saturday afternoon. But, you know, safe and steady Frank. I mean, Frank Stippler is a driver that you'd always want to have in your car in a long, 24-hour race, 12-hour race. He understands, and this is a key to this form of racing. He is an endurance, long-distance driver. He knows if he loses a couple of places down into Eau Rouge on the opening lap, his world hasn't caved in.
No.
He just resets the program, gets on with the program. Here they are leading the race. I have to say they're not leading it by a comfortable margin, but they're leading it by a margin from the second place, number 45 BMW Augusto Farfus, and he is actually right now about the quickest car on the track on that last lap 344. So it's a battle royal going on between the respective German manufacturers, and still got the Mercedes-Benz in 4th place, Christopher Mies now 5th.
And there's the 3rd place BMW, Lucas Law still pounding on, and so he's on the lead lap, got the top 3 on the lead lap at the moment, and of course that can all shuffle again around on pit stops or on safety cars, but fingers crossed we're not going to have too many of those today. Lucas Law then works his way through the pit path, and we'll see when the next pit stop comes from number 2 Audi, how that is going to affect things and whether or not they're going to look at doing the discs and pads yet.
Well, to me, this race has now sort of settled down into the form that you would normally imagine a long-distance race would do, albeit at a very high pace. And the principal battle is not going to be actually on the racetrack. It's going to be in the pit lane when time comes for those lead cars, the Mercedes, the Audi and the BMW, to come in. And I'm assuming that all 3 will either have to certainly make a pad change. One of them may have to look at the discs as well. The only salvation has been, David, because we've had so many safety car interventions early in the race, and that therefore took a huge amount of pressure off the brake systems on the car, that they may... Oh, and somebody running very wide, that's the Ferrari, just coming out of Pouhon. But does he know there's other cars on the track? Come on, man, wake it up.
Gary Kondakov at the wheel, got a problem, but he's got much quicker cars, having to work a way around him into the pit lane. Then comes Lucas Law. This is a routine stop. So in comes 46 now.
So the German driver gets out. Getting back in is most likely going to be Nicky Katzberg or Paltala. I can't quite recognise the helmet. Anyway, a good stint from Lucas Law. He got down a drive-through penalty for overtaking under a yellow flag, which he says I didn't do, or I didn't see, or whichever. Nevertheless, that car came in 3rd place. Steph Dusseldorf will no doubt probably regain that momentarily during this overlap during the pit stops. Cameron, 2nd in Pro-Am category. Ferrari in for its service. Brand new sticker tires going onto that car.
It's a rather anonymous Ferrari, that. The next got a little bit of blue and yellow on it, but there's barely a sticker, so it's a fairly anonymous AF Corsa entry. Away goes 46 then, and we have more drive-through penalties for overtaking under yellows, one of which goes the way of 45 now. So Augusto Farfus is being done for overtaking under a yellow.
To me, this is very strange. I can't understand why so many drivers are being done now at this point in the race. We've just got into daylight by about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And it appears to be at one part of the circuit. Still haven't been able to find out why so many cars are being done for overtaking under a yellow flag. It is not a normal thing for a driver to overtake consciously under a yellow flag, and I just wonder why. I wonder if we could find out from our race director, or maybe he could shed some light on it. There's Lucas Luhr looking fresh as a daisy. And look, they've just realised that Augusta Farfus has been done, and has had, and Baz has, and Lucas has said, I told you, I didn't see it either.
But where is the yellow flag zone? Because we're not seeing anything going off.
I don't understand. There's somewhere around the racetrack where it would appear there's a yellow flag being displayed, and I don't know why we're not seeing a yellow flag on our screens. Where's the yellow flag? Normally you would get indication in one sector there's a yellow flag shown.
Unless these are yellow flag infringements from a long time ago and they've only just worked their way through the system. But there is an internal messaging system. The teams can talk directly to the race director, and no doubt Bas Linders is using that to say, what the?
Yes, I mean, now his two cars have been docked or penalised, drive-through penalty, for a yellow flag infringement. And I can't see anywhere around the racetrack where there's a yellow flag, either a stationary yellow flag or a waved yellow flag. So where is this yellow flag? You may be right, David. Maybe it goes back to the middle of the night and it's still just being filtered through the system rather late in the morning, I should say, for that to be the case.
Now, we understand it was at 7:45 this morning, so that was nearly an hour ago, and that's effectively taken the time now to come through the system. So they're not recent ones. The reports have come in from around the circuit. The observers and the stewards have had a look and now make their decision. So they're not recent ones. That's why it doesn't tally with what we're seeing on the circuit. So it's taken about an hour to get through the system.
Because we only came on air at 8 o'clock. We've been on air now for whatever number of minutes, and we would have not then seen that incident. So if that is the case, if that's the delay from the point of the sin, as it were, to be then the penalty being handed out, it's a considerable amount of time, and that's no doubt leading to some of the frustration of Lucas Luhr saying, I didn't overtake under a yellow flag. Now Augusta Farfus saying, well, I didn't do it either. Let's have a look and see. Track limit, when they're coming down, as the McLaren, that's the Alvaro Parent car. Pretty much all the lead cars are Nico Müller. That's actually very good for Nico Müller. Previously, he had all four wheels over the demarcation line and the exit of the Curb Paul Frere.
So warning flags are being given to drivers about track limits, as now up into third place has come number 99 Steph Dusseldorp. 36 goes back into the race, and there is the mood in the Mark VDS pit box as the engineers discuss, no doubt, the pace of the cars, the chance of a result relative to the fact that they've got these drive-throughs. In comes the 59 McLaren from Von Ryan. On screen are the AM standings. Still Stuart Parker's Audi that's leading the way, number 24. 77 pits now. The AH Competition Team Brazil BMW of Carlos Bueno, Felipe Fraga and Sergio Jimenez. Fuel and tyres and possibly a driver change in that car as well.
Not seen a huge amount of the Brazilian Team BMW throughout the event so far. Alvaro Parent dropped into the pits. He was running all the way down in 28th place. They had a pretty awful night, having dominated really the opening hour or so of the race, with both McLarens in the top three.
You slipped on the BMW. The Brazilian mechanics must have wondered what they let themselves in for yesterday, coming from hot and sunny Brazil to cold, wet, miserable, dark, foggy, grey, miserable Spa. But today, looking a bit better all round. So an increasingly grubby car gets a new set of boots.
And this is a team that usually wins the pit stop competitions in terms of wheel changes and getting the car serviced. So probably not operating in the ambience that they're accustomed to, but nonetheless turning the car around, getting it back out and trying to save time in the pit lane.
Now that car is running at the moment down in 26th place. It did have some dramas last night, like a drive-through for Caca Bueno because he exceeded the driving time, but it's also had some brake issues, and that's why it's lost quite a chunk of time. It is now on 328 laps, plays 3:47 of the leader, so it's lost a lot of time in the night.
I just got a brief glimpse of Adrian Quay-Hobbs and the McLaren having taken over from Alvaro Parent. We go back on board the BMW 45. This is the second place car, Augusta Farfus, up and over radio, heading up the hill, and still a little bit of mist hanging in the trees, but not affecting visibility at all. And then on the brakes, All done nice and gently, no need to be aggressive. Get the car in and just make your right, left, and then this final exit out of Les Combes. You can run the curb. Farfus not abusing it, not getting all fields off. And down into Bruxelles. Comes in very early, goes out wide, then makes a double apex of a 180-degree corner. And slight visual issues coming through the corner of No Name, then drop down now to Pujo. And this is where Farfus has got to really begin to think, these cars ahead of me, now there's an indicator showing initially, then it's gone away again. I need to get past these cars at a part of the track where I've got the advantage. I don't want to get held up behind, but there's, I believe, a Ferrari ahead. So, well, it's going again, the Ferrari, we've seen this one creeping around the racetrack and being unaware of traffic up at the top of the circuit, but we go back on board with car 50.
And this was the spin. Yeah, that's Kondakov. We saw him rejoining slowly. That was the lose at Pouhon.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, with respect to Gary, I mean, that looked like a bit of a... gave up on that one pretty early.
I mean, Gary Kondakov is a relatively inexperienced driver. It's his first year racing at this level as the leader comes in. So Nico Müller heads down the pit lane. And is he going to stay behind the wheel? No, it looks like Frank Stippler is ready there to fold himself into the car.
Well, there's been a lot of pace from Nico Müller all the way through his stints. Frank Stippler will do it in a more, I would say, conservative manner. He will not be as aggressive, mostly on the exit of all these high-speed corners where we've seen drivers being warned for track abuse. So Frank will be in, no doubt, for a double stint in the lead Audi, which of course will now be a lead BMW guy. Gustav Farfus will have taken the lead as he went past the pits.
Yeah, so Farfus then now puts himself into the lead, and it's just like last year, the lead between VDS and WRT trades on the pit stops, doesn't it? And so now the BMW takes over the lead of the race, and what the car has got to try to do is build up as big a gap as is possible.
So once again, just keeping an eye on the traffic and being aware you've got a Porsche, you've got the AM leading, and you can look, lights flashing. Gustav Farfus knows that any time lost up here in a sequence of corners, as we see the oil being added. And just a very quick little squirt going into the system. Stippler takes over, so everybody gets out of the way for a race leader, Gustav Farfus. Porsche still is going to be the next target, the lights flashing. And frustrating, even though you're going to lose maybe a second or more, a couple of seconds, it feels an eternity. Yeah. You really feel this is going to cost me the race if I can't get past immediately. And even on the run down into Pujo, only because Farfus was on the inside of the corner was he able to make that pass and finally get ahead of a group of 3 cars that he wanted to do. Took him 4 corners to get it all done, but it's done cleanly and he's happy.
So Farfus then, race leader. There you can see the AM leading Audi. 24 has got Benny Simonsen at the wheel. Younger brother of the late Alan Simonsen. The family continues its success then in GT racing. Stuart Parker's team, which has got better and better and better at this level. It also runs cars in the British Touring Car Championship. It's got rear wing damage, hasn't it? A legacy of earlier on, I think. It's slightly askew, and also if you look, there's the end plate missing off the right-hand side. You can see on the left there is the red sticker, but look, that bit of bodywork isn't on the other side.
No, it's not, and it's also at an angle. Yeah. And that's something that I would not be surprised to see the car being given a black and orange flag or a warning flag to indicate that the rear wing is not intact. And it's never a good thing to, although that probably is a very secure location nevertheless, but when part of the rear wing is not there, especially the end plates, once that's gone, how long will the rest of the wing remain intact?
We did see the car off in the gravel last night. We've just been saying how well it was going, and Benny Simonsen put it in the gravel at the Piff Puff. I wonder if it's a legacy of that. If it is, they've managed to get through the night with that problem, so can't be too bad, but it could be a separate issue for the Audi. On track, 77, you've got the car up to the bus stop. Caca Bueno driving, Felipe Fraga in the pit lane. Let's hear from him.
Felipe, the first time your team is at Spa, update me on how it's gone through the night.
Oh, it was really nice. My first experience driving the night and first experience of the team. We have a good pace, by the way, but we have a lot of problems. and we lost almost 15 laps in the middle of the race. We started 42, we was 10, 11 at this point, but we had a problem in the key to run on the car, so we lost a lot of time. But it's okay, we have a good pace since the beginning, and that's the first time of us, so next year we work more and we come for a better result. But still a lot of race, so let's see what's happened.
You still have a smile on your face, so you're enjoying your experience of Spa.
Yeah, yes, I love it racing in the night. It was my first time. It's really nice because it looks faster than in the day, and also because you sleep and then you wake up and you still your teammates are racing, so it's really fun.
And just a word on the weather. Obviously, you come from sunny Brazil to what was a horrible, rainy, damp, dank Belgium. How did the weather affect you?
Yeah, it was really strange because we are in summer here in Europe, and the whole week was really, really hot. And then just for the start of the race, start a big rain, and really cold. I was sleeping in the truck, and I was freezing in the bed. But when you are in the car, is the best part because you are hot and you are doing what you love. So.
At least you're still smiling. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great to hear a driver, even though they've had problems, so enthusiastic about racing.
Absolutely. I mean, the enthusiasm and passion. Puncture right rear for number 12 BMW making its way back. That's the TDS team. So that's a long, long run back for that car, and coming all the way down sort of bottom of the circuit at exit of Pujo, and then still about the best part of a good kilometre and a half back all the way up the other side of the valley up to the entrance into the pit lane. Luckily going slowly enough so the tyre isn't flailing around and doing secondary damage to the BMW.
That car 13th overall it was. Matthias Besch at the wheel of it, and in true Z4 fashion it's just got on with the job through the night, hasn't it? Kept out of trouble and picked up places.
Well, that's what you do in 24-hour races. If you're not at the very sharp end where you're involved in a flat-out sprint kind of battle, you just set your pace, try to be metronomic about it. Obviously with all the safety car interventions and all the weather changes over the evening and into the early hours of the evening, then things are difficult to stick to the plan, but stick to the plan. That's the fundamentals. I remember going back a couple of years now to the days of Gulf Racing and John Wire, maybe more than a couple of years, and John Wire ran that team. Literally, his nickname was Death Ray, and he gave you a look and you just melted. He would say, and diving up the inside, wow, that was a bit of a Frank Stipper, didn't expect to see that. We have a lap time, we want you to stick to it, and don't go slower, don't go quicker, stick to the time.
You're riding at the moment with Katsumasa Chiyo. He's just got a lap down on Frank Stippler. This Nissan is in 20th place. They've been hurt a bit by the BOP since the win at Paul Ricard. But look how the Nissan stays, indeed closes back up onto the Audi as they run downhill here.
Absolutely. I mean, Nissan were complaining after practice that they had lost so much with the change in BOP. There you can see just how much quicker through the Eau Rouge radio section Frank Stippler in the Audi is. But again, Matsushiro Chiyo up the hill really is clawing some of that back again. But he has gone yet another lap down to the lead car, and now we get into the middle sector, which is the more technical sector of the racetrack, so expect to see Frank Stippler pull further away, but indications that the Nissan has retained or been given back some of that straight line performance that they felt they had lost in practice.
It's not been an easy night, as you see Matthias Besch heading for the pit lane. It's not been an easy night for the Team RJN squad. Bob Neville is the man behind the team, and it's time for him to update us on what happened in the night. Bob's with OJ.
Bob, you had a fantastic result in France at the Paul Ricard. How's this race going for you?
Well, not as well as that, but not too bad, really. Not too bad.
Well, just update me on the problems and the things that have gone on with you, because you got caught out a little bit at the beginning.
We did. We got with 22, the Pro-Am car. Excuse me. The wiper wouldn't. The switch broke. New car, which meant we stopped on the very first lap. So we were 57th and last, but it slowly worked its way back up now. I think it's about 16th now, and 6th in Pro-Am or 7th in Pro-Am.
And what about the Pro car? How's that doing?
The Pro car, it was going well. We made the wrong decision on tyres when it was raining earlier. We went to slicks, like one or two others. And then we worked our way back up quite quickly, but unfortunately Alex had some contact in the night. A car spun in front of me, just clipped the edge of it. We lost 19 minutes, and so it's been a fight back for that car as well. It's on page 1 now, just gone on there, 20th I think.
So what do you do when you've had those issues, that the wind probably isn't there? What do? Do you just keep going and seeing where you can end up?
Yeah, you just carry on exactly the same as if you could win. Because you just don't know what happens. You know, you just want to get as high up the order as you can, so just keep going flat out, pit work, keep it tight, keep it tidy, and see where you end up.
And I've just learned a new word, that's winglets. Apparently you've lost a few off the front. Is that affecting the handling of the car?
It is, yeah. They're constantly complaining about understeer, but you know, well, if you knock the front off, what do you expect? You know?
Winglets and wipers, thank you, Bob. Sorry? Winglets and wipers, thank you.
Winglets and wipers, yeah. Okay, OJ, okay.
Winglets and wipers is probably the name of Bob Neville's local, isn't it? I'm just down to the winglets and wipers.
Well, it's just down the road for me, down at Didcot, and Bob runs the Nissan team, and as you can see, there's a fair amount of damage around the front of the bodywork, particularly on that left front corner. So those little turning vanes, they might be small pieces of carbon fibre, but they can be critical to the ability for the car to make that initial turn into a corner, to get the front end to bite, to give the driver the confidence to know that he's getting the nose of the car where he's pointing it, and then be able to get on the throttle. But you can adapt to it. I mean, it's not the end of the world. You just have to make small adjustments in your driving style, and certainly in the case of Alex Buncombe, that won't be a problem. His teammates maybe not as experienced, but Wolfgang Reib and Chiho in the car right now, undoubtedly coming through this Nissan system where they all started with Game Boy or the equivalent of it, and now as full-time professional and paid drivers.
And this a replay from the night on board with 23, carving through traffic, but getting caught up with the 17 Ferrari. That's out of the race as well, and it was the damage there going up to Les Combes that was further delay.
Yeah, and the Nissan on the inside coming into Les Combes, the Ferrari on the outside, it was marginally ahead, but surely you could have seen the speed of the car closing in the inside. And oh, there's the tower from the BMW. Yeah, that's pretty much
finished.
Well, it might be a souvenir, the tower, that is. I don't know whether the rim will also probably be binned as well, because running that distance back, I would think that the rim on the inside shoulder has been sufficiently damaged. So I don't think that one will be back on the car. Certainly not this weekend, if ever.
Rally technicians having a look to see what's caused it, whether it was a failure or whether it's run over something, but there's also now work going on. This is an opportunity maybe while it's in there to do discs and pads, but of course it could have done some extra damage that you can't see from underneath the car.
Yeah, the danger of course is if you drive back too quickly, then the tower will disintegrate, and then the flailing rubber can do damage to suspension components. Principally the bigger area would be the diffuser at the rear of the car. If that gets damaged, again, has a major bearing on the aerodynamic performance at the rear of the car, and what you don't want is to then have a race car that would be very unstable at the back. There's the car coming onto the straight, and oh, you can see it would have appeared to have just sort of, the tire just went. Whether that's the consequence, I think what happens is a tire can pick up a puncture, the air goes out. As the air goes out, the remaining air gets superheated, and it gets to a point where the tire just simply just blows because the tire is so hot. So it may well have been started by picking up something, a bit of carbon fibre, or running a curb or cutting a tire on the edge of a curb, but not having the tire go down quickly. That tire probably had been going down for the best part of a lap, and all of a sudden just the tire temperature, the heat in the tire was so great it just popped the tire.
Given where it was on the road, it was a good save, that. Number 111 you're looking at has just served a drive-through for an improvement under a yellow flag. It's Liam Talbot at the wheel of the car. We talked about this yesterday in the context of the equivalent 458 Italia of last year, having had that big accident where Marcus Mai was at the wheel of it. Marcus has been joining us watching at home, and emailed last night to say if we get an opportunity, could we pass on his thanks to everybody that helped in his incident last year, from the emergency extraction crew, all of the fans, other drivers and teams who sent messages and cards. The support that Marcus had really was a great, pleasant surprise to him and his family. Marcus has now definitely retired, he says, from being a racing driver, but he's doing some work with Aston Martin as a race strategist and doing some behind-the-scenes work with other teams as well. So it's good that Marcus is just about recovered after last year's accident, and I know he's cheering for the Castle Racing Ferrari that is now third within the AM Cup. It's 4 laps down, but they've not given up yet.
Now, just looking at the Ferrari coming up through Eau Rouge over radio, I think there's a little bit of bodywork on the right-hand side that looks like it may have had contact. Certainly it didn't look to be firmly located, but we'll get a better glimpse of it as we see what was the original race-leading McLaren, the car that Kevin Estre took into the lead at the opening phase of this race. There is the 111 Ferrari. If you can get a glimpse of that rear bodywork on the right-hand side, looks to me as if something is slightly, it's hard to tell from that angle. You just get a glimpse as it comes in the head shot that there's something slightly awry at the rear end of the yeah, it is. Well, you can see there the actual part of the rear bodywork is missing, so there has been some contact. Whether that was something that the team had to cut away or whether it just detached as the consequence, but that is the damage to the car. And well, the bill for that will be something considerable.
It'll be full euros, not cents, that's for sure. This, I think, is still the work going on for number 12, isn't it? Yes, it is, sitting in the pit box. So it was more than just a puncture, this, for the TDS racing team.
Well, I don't know why they're taking out packers and bump rubbers and the rear shock absorbers. I mean, it's a lot of work for what was ostensibly a right rear puncture. Now, maybe something within the chassis was that led to the tyre getting it. You could see the tyre blowing.
Yeah.
And I was hypothesizing it might have been something caused by a puncture earlier in the lap, but maybe what it was something mechanical detached, and just that's what cut the tyre down. But to have the rear shock absorber apart, the spring off it, something going on there that would not be normal, just simply for a puncture.
You just saw the Pro-Am leading car. This is the 50 Kaspersky Ferrari back into the pits. Gary Kondakov to give way now after a difficult stint. We saw him have a spin, and so the new driver gets into the car. Belts are done up. This is yet another from the AF Corsa fleet.
Nice to see racing cars with sliding seats.
Yeah.
You've got to remember that each driver at different height, they can adjust the seat to suit their own particular requirements.
Now, we understand, of course, that Dirk Werner has had a penalty in the night. Let's catch up with Dramas 45, Dirk Werner with OJ.
Dirk, so you've had a drive-through penalty for overtaking under yellow. Do you think you did it?
No, I mean, I heard him on the radio. He said he didn't overtake under yellow. Then there was some confusion. I don't know what's going on, to be honest. I mean, I have full faith in Augusto. When he says he didn't do it, he didn't do it.
So, from a team's point of view, when you've had that, you've had a penalty you don't think you've done, do you just take it, or do you put it back to the authorities?
Well, in the end, you try to ask the race director or the stewards how their decision is based. I think somebody of the team is now in contact with them. And then, I mean, you don't want to get a penalty for something you didn't do. So I think they're still waiting for a decision and working on it.
Outside of penalties, your car going very well.
Yeah, I mean, we are quite happy. We survived the night, which is important. And now we still have 7.5 hours to go. The pace of the car seems to be good. So we hope we will be there in the end to be battling for an exciting finish.
Is that the point? Is it surviving the night? You just have to get through the night?
Yeah, you could see there was so much going on. I mean, with the weather, that was tricky, definitely. And with all the traffic, you could see a lot of accidents during the night, a lot of safety car in this race. Anyways, a lot of safety car in yellow, so surviving the night. That's always the key in a 24-hour race, because then in the second half of the race, when it's daylight again, there's less cars, and then you can really start to push and try to fight for the podium.
When do you start pushing for real then?
You never stop pushing, but I mean, in the night you have to be extra careful.
Thank you, Dirk.
Thank you.
It's a bit like asking OJ when he start doing the day job. I mean, these guys are pushing absolutely from the minute the lights go out on Saturday afternoon. And right now it is the two BMWs, the VDS BMWs, that are the quickest two cars on the last lap, both lapping. One on the high 1 minute or 2 minute 21s, and the other the low 2 minute 21s. So they are absolutely at the limit of what they can do with 7.5 hours remaining.
7.5-hour sprint race. Time for a few more Zs just before you get into the real heat of battle. So the engineers trying to maintain awareness, but a lot has happened. And the drive-through penalty for car 45 has been cancelled. The drive-through for 45 has just been cancelled. A look back, first of all, on how we have got to this point in the Spa 24 hours with a wet start to the race, and the McLarens from 2nd and 4th on the grid taking the early advantage on a very wet and treacherous track indeed. It was Kevin Est ahead of Alvaro Parent as the cars worked their way down towards Eau Rouge. Everybody got through safely, but they didn't get safely through Les Combes as a spin for 75, Frédéric Verviche put him around. He clipped Tony Villander as he went around, and Villander himself was in the gravel a couple of laps later. A brake issue, a callop of drama putting him off the circuit. The car came back into the pits, but many laps were lost while they sorted out the problem. 46, Lucas Lohr battling with Guy Smith and the Bentley up the inside, working its way through for position. The first safety car came out after this accident for Gilles Duquesne. He headbutted the barriers going up towards Les Combes, damaged the front. The barrier itself had taken a whack, but worse was to come. The two safety cars were deployed on the restart, the top three, the two McLarens and the number 1 Audi, had both been able to break clear. A big accident for Karim Auger. The car effectively used the barrier as a ramp. It got airborne, and it was a big, scary moment. Karim okay, the car not okay at all, and the barriers had also taken a big, big whack, and it was a long safety car period to repair the damaged arm coat. Karim Auger frustrated, out of the race then, as after pit stops, Kevin Est and behind him Rally Rast rejoined the fray. The fans were looking forward to drying out. It had stopped raining and there was the chance of a bit of blue sky ahead. It was a long safety car period as VDS, for example, cycled through stops. The barrier repairs were almost complete. Bentley put fuel into 8 and 7, the Works M Sport cars rumbling back down the pit lane, back into the race. But still the track workers had to sort out the barrier damage, and as they were toiling away, so the track was drying out, and a few teams elected to roll the dice and go onto slick tyres. It looked as though it had been an inspired decision, but within 4 laps, the rain had come once more and the circuit was awash. There was no way that those that were on slick tyres could stay out. They were going to have to come back in, so time was lost for, amongst others, Phoenix Racing, as wets went back onto the cars of Christopher Mies and Marcel Fassler. Both drivers determined to get themselves back into contention, working their way past Mauro Engel, as Ecurie Cost was leading Pro-Am, a great opening stint by Alexander Sims. As the weather worsened, a full course yellow was called for. That became a safety car after a crash between Jean-Carl Vernet and Michele Rugolo. And number 7, Bentley, slowly made its way round to the pits, ready for a new set of wet tyres. Up from the back of the grid, 63 Lamborghini Huracan. Mirko Bortolotti had got the car to 2nd position as he splashed through Les Combes. But with the race live once more, René Rast was trying to build his advantage. He managed to get ahead of the McLarens after their pit stops for tyres, and the Audi now was looking strong up front. But Marc VDS, that had lost out on the very first safety car, was coming back into contention. Rast would give number 1 Audi over to Laurens Vanthoor, and as the race went into darkness, there was drama for Alexei Karachev as he lost it coming downhill in the yellow Mercedes. It was a big, big lose. He managed to avoid serious contact with anything solid, but the car would limp round a quarter of a lap before parking with further dramas. Pressure on in the pits for Bentley mechanics. Drama for Philippe Salaquadra, a spin at Blanchimont, putting him hard into the barrier. Out of the race, 75. And that meant that as the Czech driver walked back to the pits, the safety car was deployed once again. The Audi damaged beyond repair, another to join the dead car park as the fans thought about a drink or some dinner. Drivers were getting ready to limber up before they clambered on board for the next stint. The safety car brought them around as the light started to fade. The rain looked as though it had gone. 29 had had a good run with Adam Christodoulou, for example, running 2nd early on. Nico Verdonk took over the car, but his would not be a long nor a happy stint. On the restart, people trying to work their way through traffic, lights flashing to warn the slower cars ahead of their progress, and the sparks flew on and off the track. Number 9, Timo Glock, came in to give way to Alessandro Zanardi. Alex set for his first Spa 24 hours, and what a way to do it, into the darkness and on to a wet road as well. Specially adapted BMW running strongly. as number 2 Audi was working its way into contention. Further drama, this time Ryan Ratcliffe out of the race in the 888 BMW. That brought out the safety car once again. And the field worked its way out of the bus stop with 1 or 2 taking the opportunity to pit under the safety car conditions. As the moon glowed over the circuit, so the fireworks would start, the concert began, and the fans started to turn their attention to more than just racing cars. A spin for the number 7 Bentley down at La Source, and that was Andy Merrick at the wheel. Also being caught out in that was the 17 Ferrari of Martin Jensen. 36, Michel Blancpain limped back to the pit lane after problems. But La Source was going to be the scene of further drama. Andrea Piccini, Harpoon, Nico Verdonk, the Ferrari and the Mercedes, both out of the race. That brought out another safety car, but also it meant that there was drama elsewhere. Laurens Vanthoor got stuck in traffic behind Jelmer Berman. He made a tiny, uncharacteristic error, damaged the car, brought it back, but lost 5 laps whilst they tried to sort out the dramas. The car is still running, but a long way down the field. The drivers plunged into night time then, with the headlights shining bright, and as the green flag flew, they got back up to race conditions. Turning their way through La Source, it was now becoming a fight between Audi, BMW and Mercedes, with the 99 Rover racing car having had a good stint early on by Nico Bastien, very much part of that leading battle. But the fans were entertained because the concert was in full swing. The fireworks were a distraction to drivers as they exploded overhead. Max Buch had a spin in number 8 Bentley coming out of the bus stop. He was able to rejoin, but Bentley's woes really were only just beginning. Andy Merrick had it off at Les Combes and put the car into the wall. The damage to the front of the car enough to render it out of the race. There was trouble as well for 23 Nissan, bouncing off the side of the 17 Ferrari. The Nissan delayed and the Ferrari ultimately would retire as well, a legacy of the damage. Through the night to dawn, Mark van der Straaten's cars were going well as he caught up with some sleep, and both 45 and 46 BMW now part of that leading group of cars. 99 Mercedes in the mix, but after the travails of number 1 Audi, number 2 was left to uphold Team WRT's honour. And so the car in the hands of Nico Müller was into the lead of the race as Gary Kondakov had a spin in Ferrari number 50. Frank Schnippler took over the number 2 Audi, but lost the lead to 45 Augusto Farfus, who then had a drive-through penalty hanging over him. That was then cancelled after a discussion with the team and stewards, and so the BMW has just served a routine pit stop. While we've been looking at the highlights, we've had a full course yellow because of debris on the track at turn 3, but we are back to full live green flag conditions, and this was how we looked just before the pit stop for 45. So the lead will trade back to number 2 now, and 45 has got Augusto Farfus staying at the wheel. That may have gone against them, pitting under a full course yellow like that. Didn't last for all that long, the yellow flag situation. So let's see whether they've won or lost on that at the end of the next lap, because this order, as I say, will now update. Third is the 99 Mercedes, a lap down, still going strongly with the 46 VDS BMW in 4th place. Number 5, way down overnight, but 2 laps adrift up into 5th place, and then 6th is where you find the Pro-Am leading Ferrari, with now Stéphane Lemeray, the Belgian journalist, at the wheel. Ahead Marcel Fassler, the Davide Rigon runs in 8th place, 9th at the moment. It is Alistair McCaig, and in 10th is Johnny Adam in the Oman racing team Aston Martin. Have a look lower down the order. Alex Zanardi, Bruno Spengler, Timo Glock, 14th in the specially adapted BMW. And then, having also served a drive-through for a yellow flag infringement, 32, Tom Onslow Cole, down in 17th position at the moment. 23 Nissan is a long way back in terms of laps, but it's creeping up the order in terms of a place. 24 Audi, currently leading the AM category. Benny Simonson at the wheel for Stuart Parker's team, Parker Racing squad, operating that car. Former winner Jean-Philippe Belloc, 25th at the moment. You see how the Von Rahn Racing McLarens have faded overnight. But once you start to get down to anything really from about 39th place in this classification, you're looking at cars that are out of the race. The teams have to declare when a car is a retirement, and we know that number 8 Bentley, which was being driven by Max Buch, is a retirement, and anything below that on the classification that you're looking at now is out of the race, with the exception of car 240. which is the special Racing Against Cancer BMW run by Mark VDS that does 24 minutes in each quarter of the race, and it's to raise awareness. And what they're also trying to do is to prove that by running limited periods, the money saved can be given to the charity, and with 4 Belgian racing legends in that car, it has certainly garnered a huge amount of local interest this weekend. But accident damage and mechanical problems have accounted for an awful lot of them. Bentley 8 has gone, Ben Schneider's Mercedes in the gravel, for example, and some of those very early retirements, Gilles Duquesne and Karim Auger, we know all about because of the spectacular exit from the race for both of them. 240 then, still in the race. It won't be classified as a finisher, but that's not the point. The car is still circulating. We've had Pascal Wittmer, Jean-Michel Martin, 4 times a winner, Maxime Martin's father, Eric van der Poel, 5 times a winner, and another former winner, Marc Duet, as the driving force, and that car will come back out and no doubt be there at the checkered flag. And so we are now on lap 360. 45 Augusto Farfus has maintained the race lead by 18.5 seconds. So now we have BMW 45 having done 1 less pit stop over number 2 Audi, and this after 12 hours is how the point situation looks in the Pro Cup. Remember in this race that you score points at the 6-hour mark, at the 12-hour mark, and then there are full points awarded, of course, for your final finishing position. 70% of the race must be completed to be classified as a finisher. And after a good run to the 6 and the 12-hour mark, Nico Bastian and Steph Dusseldorp have now moved themselves into the lead of the Pro Cup classification on points. So that's the view looking down from Eau Rouge, and for a moment a clear bit of circuit. From the 57 starters, the road is a lot quieter now. This is how we look in the Pro-Am Championship at the moment. Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin, after the points scored thus far, take over the class lead. Their car running second in the race. Alessandro Bonaccini, Michael Brozniewski, Michael Lyons out of the race after former winner Andrea Piccini crashed it last night. Francisco Guedes currently third after the points he has scored thus far as well. It's a good result for Francisco because he is sharing with Cameron and Griffin, so he's in the right sort of car, the right driver combination in order to keep on scoring and scoring well this weekend. And how do we look in the AM category? Andre Berzin, Fabio Mancini and Rino Mastronardi absent this weekend. They lead, but Jürgen Hering, Dimitris Constantinou and Frank Schmickler catching up on points. Julian Westwood is currently third. Now Julian is of course part of that crew along with Ian Loggy, Benny Simonson and Callum McLeod, doing a very good job indeed to be the leaders of the AM category. So he's looking very well placed indeed to keep scoring more and of course get ahead of those absentee drivers. So we have 7 hours, 17 minutes and counting still to run here at Spa. And Sunday looks like it's going to be a much nicer day because already it's getting brighter. This is going to have another effect on the teams. Tired mechanics are now going to have to cope with potentially bright sunshine, but also higher temperatures, more fatiguing temperatures in which to work.
Yes, that puts a different pressure onto the car. But just a little bit of housekeeping. Timo Glock at number 9, Raul Motorsport, he's been warned for exceeding track limits a little bit earlier. The 59 McLaren of Van Ryan Racing, Adrian Quaif-Halps behind the wheel. Well, team manager was not requested, but get up to see the race director immediately. So whatever had happened, now that occurred at the same period when we had that debris on the track down at turn 3. Whether the two things are linked or not, difficult to tell. But that's what's been going on during that period of updating you with all the news and information.
Let's go back to Bas Leinders. Penalty for his car has now gone, OJ.
Baz, and I never like to interrupt a man and his peach, but things are looking more peachy now for you.
Well, it's looking quite good. We're quite lucky with this full course yellow, where we're able to pit, so we didn't lose so much time, and we're actually able to stay in front of the car number 2, although it is very close.
What was the confusion then when it came to that drive-through penalty? Because they thought you'd overtaken under a yellow, you didn't. Where did the confusion come in?
Well, we don't actually understand where the confusion came from. I mean, it was clear that Augusto did not overtake. We were also confident that Lucas Luhr didn't overtake, but unfortunately there's nothing we can do about that anymore because we took the penalty. So, yeah, it's a strange thing, but I'm happy that they realized that it didn't happen. So, but hopefully there will be no more mistakes of this kind for anybody.
Did they realise when you went up there to tell them that they were wrong?
Yeah, we got our crew and it went up. They showed some footage, etc. And yeah.
Well, Baz, thank you very much for your candor. I'll let you go back to your peach.
Thank you.
Well, I just wonder now that Team VDS have successfully had a penalty overturned, and we had, I think, a further 4 within a relatively short space of time, and we tend to think it was at the same spot on the racetrack. I wonder whether errors, and it takes an awful lot for a race official to admit that there was an incorrect judgment made. To overturn that is a significant victory for Team VDS, but of course Lucas Luhr in the sister car, he did serve that penalty, and you can't give that time back again.
So 45 doesn't have to worry about the penalty anymore, and it has kept the race lead. We've got more team managers being summoned to race control, but now Augusto Farfus needs to just keep on pushing, doesn't he? The car came in on that 358. This is the surviving Bentley in the race, 84, the HTP car, the privateer team. Mike Parisi brought it in. Barely does a weekend go by without Mike Parisi racing something somewhere.
Yeah, he's a prolific driver. Lives, I think, is in the Po in the southwest of France.
Yeah.
In that
Lucky
iconic
chap.
venue, both historically as well as from a motor racing context.
And that Bentley is down in 14th place, but it's keeping going, and that's important now.
Well, it's in the battle actually with Timo Glock in the number 9 BMW. So there, that's the next target for Mike Parisi, is to try and get on terms. But I think, well, obviously with the Bentley going into the pits, that position has gone to Timo Glock, so that'll ebb and flow with the pit stops. As the Mercedes-Benz, Stef Dusseldorp in the pits.
That car third when it came in, and it's hovering in that leading battle. It's either on the lead lap or off the lead lap, depending on where it pits and where the leader pits. But they need to try to get 99 up with the 2 leaders, namely 45 BMW Farfus and 2 Audi Stippler. Number 9 BMW then heads downhill. Timo Glock back behind the wheel. Timo new to 24-hour racing. Bruno Spengler, also part of the driving force, new to 24-hour racing. He's done 1, I think, in his career, the Daytona 24 hours, but still a bit of a rookie. Alex Zanardi has done endurance racing. He used to do some of the very early BPR GT days, the forerunner of this kind of championship. And look at this, it's a really crowded house, and Augusto Farfus goes between the traffic, took a deep breath, and he's got through. Oof, he's not hanging about.
No, he was on a mission, and a touch of the DTM from Bruno Spengler. You could see the doors beginning to open on the other side, just to make sure that he forced that issue, letting Timo Glock on the one hand to the Audi on the other hand, but gets through. That sort of got Timo Glock all fired up. He's going to sort of hang in the rear wing of, there was a Porsche and an Audi. He's going to try and hang on to Augusto Farfus, race leader, and that will only last a lap or two, because the pace that Glock is running at is fractionally off that of the lead BMW. But it'll indicate to Timo Glock just like where this lead car, where it's picking up its time. The last lap that Farfus did before he got into the traffic was at 2 minutes 21. We've seen laps as quick in this segment since we went back on air into the 2 minutes 20, but 2 minutes 21.5s are still a very strong pace for anybody in this leading group of 5 cars. Any one of those 5 cars at this point is still potentially a race winner.
The fastest lap, incidentally, was set just about 6:45 or so this morning. Nick Katzberg in the 46 VDS BMW, he did a 2:18.7 in the dry and the cool conditions. Got a perfect lap in, and that, at the moment, is the fastest lap at 2:18.7. Nick Katzberg from early on. You're riding then now with Timo Glock as he worked his way through Blanchimont up onto the curbs.
And just to put that lap time of Nicky Katzberg into perspective, Super Pole position by Frank Stippler in the Audi was 2 minutes 18.6. I mean, that is mind-boggling. Yeah. At the time when the racetrack is, okay, it's probably quick in terms of air. There's Adrian Crave-Hobbs coming into the pit, but in terms of density of air, it would probably be a very good time for an aspirated engine. McLaren, of course, a turbocharged V8, they don't benefit, and it's a right rear. So, again, another car with a cut-down tyre, and that's the 59 McLaren. As the number 6 and that was the 6th place. Yeah, 6th place Audi coming into the pits. So the McLaren limps. It's got to go all the way up the pit lane, around the inside of Le Source, then all the way back down, because the Von Ryan McLaren race team garages are on the endurance side. This is the Grand Prix side of the dual pit lanes here at Spa. So it's a long way. Not if they got into the pit lane, they've still got another half a kilometre to go before they get down to their own pit garage.
So there is the number 6 Audi into the pit lane. Marcel Fassler brought it in, and I suspect this is pads and discs now, because it's swung into the pit box. They can all go to work on it, and this would take round about 50 seconds, amazingly enough.
So there is Craig Hobbs having to come down the pit lane very cautiously indeed, trying not to do any collateral damage to the right rear corner of his McLaren, hoping that all they will need to do is replace the cut down tyre. So they're going to refuel it. This is an unscheduled pit stop, so this is going to throw their plans out of kilter momentarily. And just a little bit of additional duct tape goes onto the front of that somewhat second hand. I mean, I know Andre Lotterer likes to buy and sell Porsche 911 GTRSs, and there's maybe some of the reason why.
So Fassler has a spin and glances the barrier, does he? Well,
the boot, the bonnet comes off.
Yeah, the engine cover comes off. But where did the front damage come from?
Well, that may just be... Doesn't look like it was that badly damaged there. It's hard to tell from that long shot. So not a place you really want to spin. And then again, to see the glass engine, luckily, maybe that was the debris. Was that the debris that we had the safety car for?
Could
maybe
be.
A little bit ago. So that would have been lying pretty much on the line, on the exit of radio. Not a place that you'd want to come across a piece of polycarbonate. I would think it is, rather than glass. So no indication that there's any pad disc change, so it's all about repairing the left front corner and getting that bandaged up. Luckily didn't have to go to the medical centre to get attention for that, but the team again, what stunning work by these Audi teams. This is the Phoenix team as opposed to the WRG team, but effectively factory Audi entries via extremely professional independently run teams.
Phoenix, one of the top teams in the DTM, but also a squad that's won this event in the past, the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well. And the Phoenix engineers then dispatch number 6 back into the race. It's lost a place, 47 Ferrari up ahead thanks to Stefan Lemeray at the wheel of the car. 63 Lamborghini's got a drive-through penalty for track limits. That, I think, is one of the first for track limits we've had in the race. We've had drive-throughs for all sorts of other reasons in the course of the race itself, but for track limits, that's, if not the first, one of the first.
Well, that's all the way down in 31st position, so it must be Giovanni Venturini behind the wheel. So what he's been doing, I suspect, it's either on the exit of Blanchemont, possibly down at the Courbe Pour Frère.
Now let's catch up on Rover Racing, because the car is running in 4th place. Team manager of the squad is with OJ to talk to us.
HB, so before we get on to how this race is going, you're now the championship leaders in the Blancpain Endurance Series.
Yeah, by surprise actually, but this doesn't count at the moment. It counts this race here and who's leading after the 24 hours.
And let's talk about this race, because you're doing very well.
Yeah, surprisingly, we didn't expect to run up that top, but I think the first 3-4 hours in this havoc, we did pretty well and had some luck as well. And yeah, and the drivers are really doing very well. So we keep on fighting, yeah.
You use the word surprisingly. Why is it surprising you're doing so well?
Well, I don't think that we've been among the top 5 favorites here. But for surprise for us, we have a very good speed, and we don't understand why the others are so slow, actually.
So basically, you're saying that everyone else needs to catch up with you?
Well, not. I think we have P3 at the moment, and the Audis are quite strong, and the BMWs. But on track, we're on the same speed. We're just losing out in the pit lane a little bit.
So with over 7 hours of racing left, to be so close to the top, you must be dreaming of a win here at Spa.
Say again, I didn't get it.
You must be dreaming of a win with 7 hours left to be so close to the top.
Yeah, I mean, it's still 7 hours, but it's very close, and every second counts. it's a very hard race, but we're trying to put the drivers in for double stints, but it's quite hard for everybody at the moment.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Well, clearly the top 5 cars all running at a very hard pace. There is the lead, not the lead in the championship, 4th place on the road as we speak. Still with Steph Dusseldorf behind the wheel his last lap at 2 minutes 21.6. And that is a hard pace. He's saying we're losing time in the pit lane, and that must be they're not being able to service that car as maybe efficiently or as quickly as Audi do with theirs or BMW are doing through the Mark VDS team. Nevertheless, a car that wasn't in anybody's top 3 pick for victory is very much a choice now. You have to look at the Mercedes, and remember the Mercedes is a car that really comes into its own in this style of endurance racing. It's a more, let's say, comfortable car, a less edgy car than maybe the Audi is. The Audi is the quicker of the 2 cars, but it is the more demanding in terms of concentration and you know where the car works. The window of just hold my breath to see it gets through cleanly up the inside of 111. So that's successfully achieved. So it's a lovely long distance car without the edginess of some of the other competitors who will take more out of their driver in terms of the fatigue and the stress.
There is a pit stop due for the SRO Motorsport BMW, and to get Alex Zanardi back into the car. There it is, with the Michel Vaillant inspired paintwork on the side of it, and Timo Glock has done a good stint in this car as you'd anticipate. 13th as he brings it in for Alex Zanardi to get back behind the wheel of. We saw him in the Sprint Series last year, of course driving solo rather than with a co-driver, but here having to have 2 co-drivers and a car adapted for Alex as well as for Bruno and Timo. It's quite a challenge all round.
Yeah, and a spare, it's 2 steering wheels,
yeah.
One with Alex Zanardi with additional controls behind the steering wheel. And Alex did his first stint last night. He got in about 9:45 in the evening when it was just about getting dark, which is pretty demanding for anyone to have to consider doing, and particularly with the limitations Alex has of being able to get in and out of the car, the mechanics making sure that the seat belts are correctly positioned so that all his focus is only in getting in. You can see he has to, you know, the physical power that he has developed since his prosthetic limbs have been fitted. I mean, his upper body power is just frightening.
It is, it's incredible. And on Wednesday, he's back in handbiking competition to defend a world record in Switzerland. He went and had a look at the course on Wednesday before he came here to do the driver's parade and the driver's briefing and do a 24-hour race. He's done laps here this weekend on his handbike around the circuit. I mean, it's hard enough to drive around it, never mind doing it on a handbike.
We're just walking up from the bottom of Eau Rouge up to the top of Radio.
Yeah.
I mean, the nearest equivalent is looking at Paddock Hill Bend at Brands Hatch. I mean, that's a shorter stretch, but it's about the same sort of kind of drop. So he is a supreme athlete in every and literal sense of the description.
So the car is back into the race. The team is allowed 1 extra mechanic for the pit stop to help Alex Zanardi into the car, as you would understand. All the cameras are there and all the extra equipment because there's a documentary being made about the team's exploits in this race. And Alex Zanardi then is behind the wheel. He's ready to get back onto the circuit. Of course, raced here in Formula 1. And after his spell in the World Touring Car Championship for BMW, raced in the Blancpain Sprint Series last year. And it's great to have him in the Spa 24 Hours this season.
I remember when Alex Zanardi was in Formula 1, I think he might have been in a Lotus at the time, 1991 or 92, or maybe a little bit later. And coming into and through Eau Rouge, he had the mother and father of accidents. And literally, I mean, hit the barrier on the left-hand side up the hill. And I mean, it just went, oh my God, is he all right? Of course, he shook and shaken, and up there he was. No problem whatsoever.
Indeed. And this is from earlier in the week on the handbike I was talking about. Now, you've seen how steep a climb it is out of Eau Rouge, but imagine doing this with just your upper body.
Well, just
stunning.
Just the entire the capacity, his lung capacity, to develop the power to fuel the muscles. I mean, it's just. I mean, no wonder he is an Olympic champion.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we wish him well this coming week for his next target, his next milestone in his amazing sporting career. One day, Hollywood will make a movie about Alex Zanardi, but the problem is the generation that follows us won't believe that there could be such a man because he's almost superhuman.
Please don't cast Tom Cruise.
I heard you were in the running for it.
Well, I would be. I would be. Might have to do something about the hair. No, it would make a wonderful story. I mean, it just brings all the good qualities of human being into what Alex has done as a consequence of that awful day in Germany when in the IndyCar race his life changed so dramatically.
But he's done so much more since the accident, hasn't he? It's incredible. And there, a bit of fluid out of the back of the car.
Yeah, no, well, that's an overflow, or I assume it is an overflow from, I assume it'll be fuel, but you never like to see. I think it's all gone. Whatever the residue was, it's all gone.
Here he is, on board then.
Yep, now watch the steering wheel. You can see the gear shifts. And of course, the hand throttle is that additional ring behind the steering wheel. So let's watch as he comes up through Blancpain. He's just balancing it there. He's off the throttle. Then back on it again. Taking I wouldn't say a confidence lifter, just first lap out. You just got to be comfortable and sure that all the feelings that you last remember. You can just, I mean, how he does all this, you know, just with the fingertips on the throttle at the same time, changing the wheel end, changing gear as well. I mean, just the mental dexterity, let alone the physical dexterity to achieve all this is just, again, a standout performance from the Italian driver. Up into La Source, picks up the throttle again, into third gear, fourth, down the hill, absolutely flat out. He'll get down into the compression before you make the climb up towards radio, in the turn left, then off the throttle, confidence lift, back full throttle, up to the top of the hill, gets light on the radio. You wouldn't have known it from that camera position. Alex Zanardi back at his day job. You'd never think he'd ever left it. Now that he's had that one lap, the out lap, the confidence is again building. The levels of grip will be different to that when he handed the car back at the last time he was on board. Lovely to get fresh tyres, a new set of Pirelli rubber. The first 2 or 3 laps, you think you could walk on water. There's just so much additional bite and confidence. Then as the tyre settles into its cycle, it'll then level out, it'll plateau out. And that's then when you really get into the meat and two veg of your first. Maybe he'll do a double stint. I suspect it will be a double stint for Alex Zanardi. Down the hill into Pouhon. And again, lovely corner, changes, picks up a gear. And you get a lovely sense of what really being a racing driver is on the exit of that corner, because the whole car, the attitude of the car, rotation of the car in relation to the degree of the corner, just really a wonderful feeling. Down to Fagnes. Again, watching that little bit of having to correct the back of the car. Full throttle again. Up through the gears. Again, we're all the way back up to Blancpain. Let's see if he doesn't have to lift off quite so much. So the first part of Blancpain, then the big commitment lifts off again, but nothing like he did on the opening lap when it was an out lap for the first time. So Alex Zanardi already in the space of that exit up to Blancpain, up to the chicane, is now on its first flying lap. Let's have a look and see what Alex Zanardi records for a first flying lap at 2 minutes 23.0. I think that's a pretty good effort for a driver with the restrictions that he has to deal with.
And that car, incidentally, early on in the race, just after 7 o'clock this morning, had a front right wheel hub changed, and also they did then the disc and the pad change on that BMW, so they got that done and out of the way.
Absolutely perfect opportunity. There's a bit of an unpredictable or unexpected pit stop, but look at Zanardi right up on. This is what Alex loves. He's a racer, 100%, written through him like a piece of Bognor Regis rock. Race driver, and he's running behind the Ferrari. The Ferrari quicker in the straight. Alex is going to try and pop up, get alongside, can't get it done. The Ferrari just too much of an advantage. But this is where Alex Zanardi goes into the mode that he has been born to. He is a competitor. Look, takes the opportunity, dives up the inside in the middle part of Lecombe, makes that clean pass. Excellent, typical of Alex. Remember, this guy, when he was racing an IndyCar in America, was the go-to overtaker racer his decade, his generation.
It's such a shame that we never really saw the best of him in Formula One, because the first time around he was was in back of the grid type teams, and when he got to Williams it was just a really bad period and we never saw the best out of him.
I don't think Jordan Grand Prix was quite that far back in 1991. That glorious green Jordan 191, do you remember it?
I do.
And Alex drove it, and they were mega impressed. He then went to Lotus, which was the back of the grid. But what's changed?
Yeah, quite. 45, Farfus leading the way. Last lap from him, quicker than the last lap from Stippler, so the margin is increasing slightly.
Yes, the lap times are hovering now in the middle, low 2 minutes 22, coming to the sort of 2/3 through a stint, so probably maybe a little bit of traffic, more likely just wear of the tyres. Track conditions are changing, I mean, the temperature is rising, which in theory should deliver up more grip, but of course they balance that out. You've got, with the temperature rising, then the benefit of that very dense, cool, late night, early morning air is going away, so maybe losing a little bit of speed. You're talking about 2 or 3 kilometers per hour, no more than that, but over this a long circuit, 70 kilometers in length, 2 long sections up one side of the valley, then back up the other section, so maybe that's where it is going. Last lap for it goes to Farfus, 2 minutes 23. No doubt that's a traffic-related lap time.
I reckon we're about 6 laps or so away from the next pit stop for Frank Stippler, whereas number 45 pitted 10 laps after him, so of course Farfus here will carry on for a little bit longer, but you can see now how the sun is breaking through, and it's going to be a bright and sunny and warm day, I think, here at Spa-Francorchamps today. That should just about ensure we're going to play the frogs now.
Well, actually, I mean, I saw the weather forecast this morning before leaving to come to the circuit, and judging by the weather pattern that we were seeing, they're expecting temperatures in this location to be up to around middle 20s Celsius, which would be pretty warm for the middle late afternoon. And that's again another factor, these cars coming into the final 2 hours having to contend with those temperatures. If we see the race leader going past Zanardi pulling over, acknowledging that the race leader car is coming through, and again, not only is he having to drive the car with additional hand controls, he's got to keep an eye around him, and he saw the lead car come and he got out of the way, pulled over to the right on the exit of Lake Coombe, and Baz Linders stroking his, well, not yet furrowed brow, it may get more so as the day progresses. Just under 7 hours of this race remaining. Race leader Farfus is really having to deal with a little bit of traffic on different parts of the racetrack. I would imagine this lap will be back to the normal metronomic 2 minutes 21 and a bit, with the Porsche indicating pass me on the left hand side, I see you coming, and that's one of the etiquettes of endurance racing.
Now, was that a flag I saw being waved? There is a white blue flag, so there's traffic. That's something that was on the road.
White flag indicates a car travelling slowly.
Yeah, where is it? Where is it?
Well, if it's travelling slowly, it's done it quite quickly.
Yeah, and the blue flag wouldn't be waved to Farfus.
No, I mean, still the blue flag with the blue light. Maybe Farfus got past the Porsche slightly more quickly than the blue light anticipated, but there he is all the way. I mean, from the exit of Blancpain, it's a blink of the eye and you're up into the breaking into the chicane.
And Farfus just driving flat out as the sister car comes in. Marcus Paltner brings it into the pit lane.
So is it Bruno Sprengler going to get in, or is that Nicky Katzberg?
Well, Spengler's for the Zanardi car, so it's going to be either Nick Katzberg or Lucas Law, isn't it? And Katzberg it should be, shouldn't it? Because it went from Law to Paltner, so it should go back to Nick Katzberg now. That's not actually that long a stint from Marcus Paltner.
Surprising, because I think it's only a single stint. But
there's a plan, clearly.
Nicky Katzberg having already set that stunning lap earlier in the morning. Maybe the team feel that they want a little bit more of that. Car came in third place. So where will it return to the circuit? So again, no hint of brakes, pads, certainly for the 46 BDS. And right now, you'd have to say the strength of the respective Audi BMW teams look to be favouring the BMW team, albeit that Frank Stippler in second place, and the strength of the Phoenix team going to be interesting. Oh, sorry, the WRT team in this case.
It's going to come down now to who spends more time in the pits, isn't it? It's just got to be
I mean, if anybody has gone slightly out of sequence, deliberately or accidentally, as there we are, the old Bratwurst spitting and banging away on the takeaway barbecue. Careful those flames don't catch your denims. Don't know how people can drink beer this time of the morning. Well, in fact, they're not drinking beer, but there will be plenty who will have been on it all night. Oh, there's a nice little chap.
A supporter of Rover Racing, maybe.
Yeah, woof, woof.
Only in Europe, mainland Europe, do you find dogs at race meetings. You can't do it in the UK, but it's almost encouraged in this part of the world.
Talk about, I saw a young child, less than a year old, in one of the pit garages. And you will be surprised to know whose child it is.
You're going to tell us?
Well, I will tell you. Alexander Sims.
Oh, right.
And it's not only the first time it's been to a motor race. And apparently, the young chap loves chewing on plastic, access passes.
Well, plenty of those around this weekend, aren't there? So it's going to be well fed. So Spa in all its pomp this morning. Look, the sun shines and the teams battle on. We have got from 57 starters, 39 still in the race.
Oh, King Charles walks his way regally around. Yeah, I don't see too many of those in Belgium.
The fans finding any vantage point they can now to watch the action. The cameras are out. Find a good vantage point, lean over the fence. Again, as progress, in quotes, has been made at circuits around the world, there are more fences springing up. It's harder to take good photographs for the amateur fans, but there are a few little holes cut in the fences deliberately. It's not done by individuals, it's done by the circuit, and there's one such for the fans to get some good photographs of the cars. In the AM category at the moment, it's still Stuart Parker's Audi, the Team Parker racing car, of Benny Simonson, Callum McLeody and Loggy Julian Westwood that leads the way from the Attempto Porsche in second place, and with a 2-lap margin as well. Things, dare one say, looking pretty promising for the British team at the moment. It is Philip Vlasic in the Porsche running in second place in that class at the moment, and then third is 111 Ferrari, the Castle car, in the hands of Liam Talbot. You're riding on board now in the 22 Nissan. This is the car that was started by Olivier Pla. It is up into 15th place, the Pro-Am class car. Olivier Pla back at the wheel, and despite all that Olivier has achieved over the years and all that he's raced in, single-seaters and sports prototypes, he's done precious little in terms of pure GT racing.
Well, he's got a lot of grunt in that Nissan. Let's see if he can use it to effect as the Ferrari slithers its way out of the chicane. And Olivier Pla really ought to have done maybe a little bit more in taking advantage of the Ferraris. There he has got it eventually done. So, a lot of squirt has been, well, let's say part of it, the squirt has been given back to the Nissan. They had a lot taken away in practice and in qualifying, and they got a percentage of it returned to them. And we have seen that the car now has still got probably an advantage on the two main straights, or the two bits that comprise the fastest parts of this 7-kilometre Spa circuit. And one of them is up the hill, up the Kemmel Straight, and the others on the return up the other side, up into the chicane. So Olivier Pla finding it a little bit unusual, driving a relatively low downforce and heavy GT car like the Nissan GTR GT3. It's got fair amount of weight, and of course the weight being slightly higher up than some of the other competitors around it, the kind of message that you get back through the seat of your pants, the steering wheel, you think, whoa, what am I doing in one of these? It's not quite that's what I remember a race car to be, either an LMP2 or a GP2.
Now this is how Pro-Am looks, and it's looking pretty good, isn't it, for AF Corsa? It's a 1-2 there for AF Corsa, and then third, Barwell and Ecurie-Cos, and fifth, Barwell, the Team Russia by Barwell with Demon Tweaks, the snappily titled 78 BMW, fifth in class. But number 47 Ferrari, Stéphane Lemeray at the wheel of the car, and he was third overall back in 2011 in the Mercedes, Stéphane Lemeray. He's done so many miles around here in so many different sorts of cars. He could probably drive the lap with his eyes closed. Real Spa expert, the Belgian journo. But Passin Lathouras, Alessandro Pierguidi and Gianmaria Bruni as his co-drivers. That's very much a Pro-Am Plus type of driver combination. And then second in the class is 51, Francisco Guedes, class winner here last year, Duncan Cameron, Davide Rigon and Matt Griffin. who is always racing a Ferrari somewhere in the world. He was in Japanese GT, was it last week or the week before? I mean, barely a weekend goes by without Matt being flat out in a Ferrari somewhere.
Yeah, he is a prolific Ferrari driver. Good for the air miles.
Yeah.
But of course, you know, he is, as it says on the lid, a professional driver. And not only does he do the professional driving bit, but of course there are other Ferrari activities with Ferrari as a company and with the various Ferrari associated clubs. So a nice position for the Irishman to hold, and he holds it because he does a good job behind the wheel.
Absolutely so, and is in demand from co-drivers. But Stéphane Lemeray, as I say, who knows his way around here so well, leads the way at the moment in that class. Passin Lathoras, one of his co-drivers, has done quite a bit of Asian GT and some British GT racing, but new to Spa.
It's just thinking about this, the Pro-Am category, it's neither fish nor fowl. And in the case of this car, you got two outstanding professional drivers, and I mean, this is just me being very speculative, and I'll probably get a wrist slap forward, but in a race which is an endurance race, wouldn't it be nice to see just a professional class and an amateur class, and this sort of semi-professional, semi-amateur? Because if you are a professional driver and you're supporting a couple of amateurs, there's not a huge amount of satisfaction, I would have thought, other than you might win your category. But you know, people like Bruni or Alessandro Pierguidi, they are professional drivers who could win on merit in any one of these leading cars.
That said, though, they're ahead of many of the pure pros. But we can ask Alessandro Pierguidi that question. Is there satisfaction from being in Pro-Am? Because OJ has caught up with him in the pit lane.
Alessandro, currently in 6th in the race and leading Pro-Am. It must be a great place to be right now.
Yeah, of course. I'm until now it's okay. The race was good. It was really good. We pushed like crazy this night, and we had a small advantage now. But the race is so long and it's just morning, so we have to push until the end to be in this position. But we cross the finger and we'll see.
And what do you get more satisfaction out of, being 6th or being 1st in Pro-Am?
I think it's both, because 6th overall is a great result, of course. But our goal is win the Pro-Am class, of course.
And your teammate, another car from this garage, currently running 2nd in Pro-Am. There's a lot of inter-team rivalry going on there.
Yeah, yes. It's also we have a good fight in our team, but of course, it's a good. Of course, it's the best things for the teams. For of course, it's super to be the two leader of the class in the 1st and 2nd position. But we'll see at the end. I hope to be me in the 1st position.
I think you're going to be going back in for another stint in 7 laps' time. Are you excited? Nervous?
No, I'm quiet. I'm not a problem. It will be another stint, and I'm okay. I'm just driving.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Alessandro Pierguidi thumbs up, and he walks away. There's the car that leads the class then. Stéphane Lemeray at the wheel of it.
Well, David, I know that you've had a few tweets during that interview regarding that observation that I made. Of course, none of them could be repeated because everybody has a view, and some of them are amusing and some of them are probably not broadcastable. Anyway, it's an interesting point, and you know, professional drivers like Alessandro Pierguidi and Gianmaria Bruni, you know, they are race winners in their own right, overall race winners, but they have got two AM drivers, and the AM drivers pick up the benefits as the race leader, second place, Frank Stippler, comes in.
And as he does so, that is at the end of lap 375. So that's on cue with a 27-lap stint. So they're doing in the dry without safety cars now 27-lap stints for the Audi. But yes, one of the text messages that came as you were listening to Alessandro Pierguidi was from a team manager from this race of seasons past, who, to paraphrase, suggested that the pro drivers do an awful lot of good work to help the amateurs get very good results. I think that's what he meant.
Well, I mean, that might be a point of view, and I suppose as a team manager, one might say he would say that, wouldn't he? I mean, he's not Mandy Rice-Davies after all, is he?
Another car we haven't touched on for a moment, and perhaps we should, is up to 4th now in Pro-Am. It's the Aston Martin of David Bartram's Oman racing team, the Australian Jonathan Venter at the wheel of it. And there you can see number 2 having its fuel go in. It'll be a tyre stop now. WRT reluctant to even contemplate double stinting tyres, I'm told, because the extra weight, 100 kilos of fuel, which is a full tank on old rubber, not good, and there's a problem getting the wheel off. Look, it won't budge.
Give it a kick. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's helped it.
I tell you what, I didn't think we'd seen football and motorsport, but there you've seen it. A couple of right.
You thought Super League was dead, didn't you?
Well, when we got rid of Super League, we did have football on that. But that was frustration. And sometimes, we used to call that sort of a shipyard screwdriver. I mean, that would be a hammer, but I mean, a good right hoof did the same job. So shipyard foot.
Well, it's cost them a few seconds and it all adds up. So Stippler's still at the wheel, back into the race. This car catching now.
Yeah, Steph Dusseldorp. Whether he's managed to take that second place during the Stippler's pit stop.
Not yet.
See until it all need another lap or two for it to get reset.
He's on the same lap as Stippler. Stippler's done 3.75. Dusseldorp has done 3.74.
Yep.
But he's back on the same lap now, so
Yes.
the gap will have come down between them, yeah. Remarkably empty first thing this morning, Spa. Isn't looking at the grandstands, but I'm sure once the fans have had a good breakfast and slept off the beer from last night, they'll be back to cheer on the finishers.
Well, I think with the weather forecast that we've got for today, it's going to be a glorious morning and afternoon, and nothing like a bit of sunshine. I mean, this place is at its best, obviously, when you get a beautiful day. It is at its worst, as it was yesterday evening at about 6:30, 7 o'clock, when we had that virtual monsoon rainstorm come through. And it sometimes makes you think, in spite of the circuit and the eulogizing that drivers do, is it really that great in those conditions? Those were dire conditions. And obviously the car had to be run under safety car just to prevent what would have been something catastrophic. As we see Frank Stippler back out, having had a fresh set of boots, even the right rear recalcitrant as it was to be removed. So the German driver getting a fresh set of rubber. And again, this outlap, he'll be delighted with the response that he's getting from the car. He'll be pressing now as hard as he knows. There is the second place car, or the car that's now on the same lap. It's got that lap back, so it's still, we think, in third place, but the gap has been reduced by probably about half a lap.
That's right, the gap will have come down, and Steph Dusseldorp doing a good job. And to use the phrase, this car has flown under the radar a little bit. The team saying that they weren't really one of the fancied runners, but they've just done a good, solid job. Here's the football. The wheel won't come. Kick, kick.
Oh, he gave it 4.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, I mean, if the referee had been there, that'd have been sent off and probably red carded.
They're strong trainers. He's got sore toes after that.
I wonder, somewhere in the plethora of rules that now almost bedevil motorsport, there must be a rule that says you will be penalised for kicking your car.
Well, they've got him back into the race, which is the important thing. So there's the car that led yesterday for much of the early part of the race, and René Rast is now 7 laps down. He's in 10th place, but you just got to get your head down and get on with the job. It's soul destroying for a team that came into this as a real favourite for a win.
Absolutely. I mean, it was leading the race just before we went off air when that incident occurred, very comfortably indeed. But their task now is part of this damage limitation, is to get this number 1 car. It's into the top 10. Is it too much to believe? Could they ever get into the top 6? Top 6 is 4 laps down. They couldn't get 3 laps back on the number 47 Ferrari unless we had, odd safety car circumstances. But certainly running absolutely to the limit of the car.
Yeah, they can't get there on pace, I agree, but they could if people have problems, yes.
Other problems, or we have another long safety, well, not a long, you don't want 1 long safety car deployment, you would need maybe 3 or 4 safety car deployments where smart, on your feet teamwork could see that car use it to its advantage, but it's a long, long hope. But to be in the top 10 is a great effort by the 3 drivers, and no doubt Lawrence Van Thor will be a part of that at the end of the race.
Great job also by Barwell, because they've got 2 cars now running in the top 4 in Pro-Am. Ecurie Cost running 3rd. The Team Russia car is running in 4th place. There's the Ecurie Cost BMW. It's Alistair McCaig at the wheel at the moment. It's his father, Hugh McCaig, who is effectively Ecurie Cost these days. He owns the naming rights to the team. And Alistair McCaig has done quite a lot in historic racing. He's been a regular with the team in the Blancpain Endurance Series of late as well. And the team is operated by Barwell Motorsport. The boss of Barwell Motorsport is Mark Lemmer. Mark Lemmer is with OJ in the pits.
Mark, 3rd and 4th in Pro-Am. It's been a satisfactory night, I would guess.
Yeah, it's been a very satisfactory night. More than satisfactory, really. Really set up by an excellent first 3 hours of the race. But yeah, we've arrived this morning going strongly still, so very happy.
And what would constitute a success for you? Winning Pro-Am?
Yeah, that's what we're here to do. We're here to win Pro-Am. We were 2nd in Pro-Am last year, but, you know, it's a very tall order. The Pro-Am class is unbelievably strong this year. We're ahead of, you know, a fair chunk of the Pro class cars, so it's a tough ask, but that's what we're aiming for.
And you're 9th in the race currently. How high do you think you can get up in the overall standings come the end of Spa 24?
We're not focused on that, but obviously to be in the top 10 with the Pro-Am team, and we've got genuine bronzes in our cars, unlike some of the other Pro-Am teams that just simply don't have a bronze in their car. So, you know, we're happy to be in the top 10, but, you know, we're fighting these two Ferraris that are just so strong. So, you know, realistically, we'd need a problem for them to get to the lead of the class, but we're going to keep fighting with our BMWs. Guys are doing a great job, so we're just going to keep fighting to the end.
You sound like you feel like you're the underdog. Do you enjoy being the underdog?
Yeah, very much so. You know, the team isn't. The team is absolutely on par. But as I say, we're a genuine Pro-Am lineup. And so, yeah, we know that on paper we don't have a stronger driver lineup, but we've got great pros in the car and great AMs, and they're doing a phenomenal job to have put us in this position.
Thank you very much for your time.
Cheers.
I think well asked, OJ, and well answered, Mark Lemmer. I think, you know, did I sort of open up a bit of a can of worms on this one? I was sort of wondering what the response was, but I think there we got the response from a team principal of a team that fulfills the spirit as well as every other value of the Pro-Am category. And you know, you're having to fight a team with two proper professional, you know, Ferrari contracted drivers, but probably maybe their AMs, maybe not at the level of the AMs that Mark Lemmer has got, but you know, it sort of is balancing itself out. But it's interesting. I think it's a subject that could be looked at in the future to try and even out the Pro-Am category. I mean, should the Pro in the Pro-Am category be a platinum, or should he be maybe a silver? You know, it's a discussion that should be made.
When you get over 50, of course, you go down a category as well, don't you? So there's the age factor as well, but you've also, as Mark Lemmer makes the point, got people. Devon Modell is an example of one who's a young guy, done relatively little racing compared to others. Certainly the AF Corsa squad, packed out with very experienced, very quick drivers. Here, 78, which is the Team Russia by Barwell Z4. Leo Machitsky, quick AM, successful. John Minshaw, businessman, quick AM, good in modern GT, good in historic GT. Johnny Cocker, young pro. Phil Keane, versatile young pro, but perhaps not as experienced and maybe not quite as quick as a Villander or a Bruni, for example, but somebody that does a good, competent job. And again, this is done in the spirit of Pro-Am, as it should be.
I think, as I say, Mark, I think pretty well summed it up. You know, their two cars run within the spirit and, I would say, the letter of the ethos of the Pro-Am category. And maybe there is, as I mentioned a minute ago, a time now to have a review of what level or grade of pro is acceptable in a Pro-Am category.
Or work it the other way, make sure you have at least one bronze or at least two silver in there and try and balance it out that way.
To really balance it out and make sure that no one's actually gaining something of an advantage over the people that are trying to do it within the letter and spirit of the regulation.
I mean, that 47 Ferrari is as close to an all-pro car as you're going to get. It's in 6th place overall, so the fact that Barwell is up there fighting for a podium in class is mighty. Have a look above Spa. There's all this blue sky, a few little puffy clouds, but do they contain much rain, I wonder?
No, I think that's just going to burn off as the day heats up, and we're going to have a glorious conclusion with 6.5 hours remaining. There's the McLaren, the Kevin Estre car that led, and it's had all sorts of issues. The 58 Von Ryan car, looking to see whereabouts they are. 25th place Kevin Estre behind the wheel, and all sorts of issues obviously occurred during the nighttime hours, both for the 59 car and the 58 car. So Davy Ryan basking in the glory of that victory at Silverstone, a 6-hour event, but not in a 24-hour.
That Team Russia BMW we've just been looking at has just copped a drive-through penalty for exceeding track limits, Leo Machitsky, and a warning flag is going to number 2, Frank Stippler, for track limits.
I can't believe Frank, he hasn't got it in him to break any law, any regulation. I mean, the guy's straight on the days long. I mean, can't believe it. That could have been another mistake. We saw that the BMW, the 45 BMW was penalised and then that was withdrawn. I can't believe Frank would have done something that would be as severe as track limits.
Well, it certainly happened for Machitsky. As I say, he's going to cop this drive-through penalty, and that will affect the car's standing. It's currently in 11th spot overall. Time for a look back at some of the highlights of this year's race. You know, it all began in the wet, because these are the shots from 4:30 yesterday, when with the headlights ablaze, the spray, the rain, the bit of mist, the cars blasted away from the grid with an early McLaren 1-2. Kevin Est leading the way, being chased hard early on by Alvaro Parent and the pole man Frank Stippler, we thought being ultra cautious, giving away places, but Frederick Vervisch was in early stride. He spun, clipped Tony Villander's car, and that in turn went off a couple of laps later down at Bruxelles. Villander arrived sideways, he went backwards into the gravel, and that for a couple of laps was all that we could see of the Ferrari. He did get it back into the race, but it's way down after its problems early in the race. Number 7, the Bentley of Guy Smith, working its way into contention, gaining a place on the inside of the Mark VDS BMW, as we had Gilles Duquesne as the first retirement from the race. He had this off going up towards Les Combes, bang into the barriers, and lots of front damage done to the car. First safety car period of the race broke up the pack, rather, and it wasn't long before the second safety car period came. Karim Auger had broken suspension front and back, left and right. He'd broken the barrier, and that had acted as a ramp. It was a big, scary accident for Karim, lucky not to roll the car, but it was a long safety car period, not ready to get the BM out of harm's way. A frustrated Karim Auger slammed shut the door, but the delay came in repairing the barriers that had taken a massive whack from a pretty heavy GT car. Teams then pitted under the safety car, trying not to lose too much time, and the fans, cameras trained, saw this amazing field of 57 starters continue on its way, now down by 2 after the retirement of Duquesne and Auger's BMW. The Spa circuit staff hard at work to try to repair the barriers, and as they toiled away, teams cycled through their first round of pit stops. It took a long time to get the circuit safe once more, and as the cars continued to circulate, so the road began to dry out, and that meant that as we got ready for the restart, a number of teams rolled the dice and pitted early in order to go on 2 slick tyres. Was it the right call? Not half. For 3 laps it looked like it was ideal, and then the rain came 4 laps after. It meant that soon the track was awash, and everybody that had gone onto slicks had to come back into the pit lane and change onto wets again. Phoenix Racing really lost out by that, because they'd pitted for slicks, they had to come back in for the wets, and a very frustrated Christopher Mies and Marcel Fassler were hard at work getting back up through traffic. Barwell Motorsports Security Cost BMW led Pro-Am. The rain intensified and a full course yellow was called for. It became a full safety car after Jean-Carl Vernet collided with Michele Rugelo's Ferrari. The Audi limped onto its garage. The Ferrari was out of the race, and that from the back of the grid to run second had come the 63 Lamborghini in the hands of Mirko Bortolotti. An engine change put it to the back of the grid, but running strongly in second spot. The race leader was René Rast, and he would hand the car over to Laurens Vanthoor with the race lead as he worked his way through traffic. 46 for Mark VDS BMW, and 45, the sister car, cycled through their pit stops. Having been compromised by the first safety car period, they were closing back in. Early evening, more dramas. Alexei Karachev having a big lose coming down past the endurance pits. The car just glancing off the barriers, and it was a retirement from the race, a legacy of the damage. Pressure on in the Bentley pits, mechanics losing their footing. Philippe Salaquara lost his Audi's footing altogether. Coming out of Blanchimont, had a big spin into the barrier, demolished the tyre wall. The car was out of the race. Philippe Salaquara okay, as he had the walk of shame back to the pit lane. And that car was going no further, and another safety car period called for while the barrier was repaired. That was safety car period number 4, as some concentrated on dinner. Drivers limbered up, ready for their next stint aboard the cars. As the safety car brought the field downhill out of Speaker's Corner towards Pouan, the yellow lights continued to flash, and Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes for Black Falcon, that had had a good first couple of stints, was handed over to Nico Verdonk. Nico's period in the car, though, would not be a long nor a happy one. With the field release then from the safety car, battles still to be renewed. Alex Zanardi was set for his first stint behind the wheel of number 9. Alex getting himself ready to clamber aboard for his first experience of the Spa 24 Hours. Number 2 Audi was chipping its way back up the order as Stefan Ortelli took over. The 2003 Spa 24 Hours winner back behind the wheel, as off the road had gone Ryan Ratcliffe in the 888 BMW Z4, and that brought out the 5th safety car period of the race. As the teams headed into darkness, there were more casualties still to come. With the field all bunched up behind the safety car, perhaps it was inevitable that on the release there'd be more dramas, and there were more spins and some more damage to come as the teams battled on towards midnight. A spin for Andy Merrick, a spin also for the Ferrari at La Source of Martin Jensen, but worse was to come for Bentley 7 as a few laps later, Andy Merrick tried to work his way through traffic and had a big off going up towards the braking zone for Lecombe, but did a lot of damage. Michel Blanchemin also was a driver in trouble as he limped the Santilloc Audi back to the pit lane. And then Andrea Piccini harpooned Nico Verdonk. Both cars damaged as they went into La Source. Verdonk was out on the spot. Andrea Piccini, former winner of the event, limped it back to the pit lane but was out with the damage, and that cost Michael Brozniewski, Michael Lyons, his co-drivers, a chance at points in Pro-Am. Lawrence Vantor had an uncharacteristic off while he was trying to find a way past Jelmer Berman in traffic. The damage to the Audi cost it 5 laps. It sat in the garage, and although the car is now 10th, it has lost a huge amount of time, and therefore much in the way of overall gratification is going to be hard to find now with all that time lost early on. The cars released into battle once more. The light fading, and as the cars worked their way into darkness up Eau Rouge, the fans were starting to concentrate now on off-track activities like watching the fireworks, or having a good meal, or going to the concerts, or going to the trade stalls that were doing a roaring trade. The drivers had to keep distractions like the fireworks out of their minds as they battled on, eager not to make mistakes. Max Buch got tapped into a spin by Dirk Werner, and he would ultimately, Werner, have to serve in 45 a drive-through penalty. It wasn't long though before both of the M Sport Bentleys were out. Andy Merrick with damage and the Max Buch car with mechanical woes. Alex Buncombe got involved with the 17 Ferrari, the 23 Nissan off the road, 17 Ferrari out, and legacy of the damage. Through the night, the teams battled. And as Mark van der Straten, nearest the camera, caught up with some early morning sleep, one of his cars was running in second spot as dawn broke, and 45, with Augusto Farfus doing a good job, involved in the lead battle still. Number 99 for Steph Dusseldorp, Danny Joncadea, Nico Bastien, Mercedes. Number 2 Audi had the lead. Frank Stippler, Stefan Ortelli and Nico Müller had done good work overnight. Gary Kondakov lost the 50 Ferrari going through Pouan. The lead battle is now between Audi 2 and BMW 45. Augusto Farfus at the wheel of number 45 BMW was given a drive-through penalty for overtaking under a yellow flag. That was rescinded. Dramas also for the number 6 Mike Rockenfeller Audi as he had a spin at Eau Rouge. That brought out a full course yellow to collect the debris from the road, and Farfus carved his way through traffic, seizing the opportunity here in the lead of the race and staying ahead on pit stops to try to build an advantage. And the 45 BMW was also able to benefit after there was this small delay for Frank Stippler's next pit stop, a wheel that would not come off the car, and with a little bit of brute force and ignorance, give it a good old kick and all is well. So the Audi runs second, and Augusto Farfus for Mark VDS is currently the man on track in the lead of the race. This is how the classification looks, bright and early, with 45 leading the way then. Car in the hands of Augusto Farfus at the moment, ahead of Frank Stippler at the wheel of number 2 Audi. Running in third spot, it is 99 Mercedes with Steph Dusseldorp at the wheel. In fourth place now is Nick Katzberg, having taken over from Marcus Pautila. Fifth, coming back into the equation, but 2 laps down, Christopher Mies, having lost time early on. And sixth is the Pro-Am leading Ferrari, currently being driven by Stéphane Lemeray. It is Marcel Fassler now 7th. In 8th place, it is Davide Rigon. 9th, the BMW of Vicuria Kos with Alistair McKay at the wheel. And then in 10th place, number 1, back behind the wheel of that car is René Rast. In 11th, doing a really good job, Alessandro Zanardi. And then in 12th, for Bentley, the surviving Bentley from the HTP team, Mike Parisi. 13th is where now, after a drive-through, we find Leo Bachitsky's BMW. He in turn is ahead of Olivier Pla. Next up is Spa rookie Jonathan Venter in David Bartram's Aston Martin, the Oman Racing Team car, ahead of the Leonard Motorsport example, Tom Onslow Cole, having driven that but serving a drive-through. Now it's Stuart Leonard, the patron, behind the wheel. Next comes Raffaele Giambaria. In turn, 18th is Alex Buncombe. In 19th place now in car 24, it is Callum McLeod leading the AM category, and in 21st place is Abdul Aziz Al Faisal in the Black Falcon Mercedes. Look further down and you can see the way that the McLarens have dropped away overnight as well. They're 25th and 26th after some good runs early on from the likes of Kevin Esk and Shane Van Gisbergen, Alvaro Perrin and Adrian Quaid Hobbs, for example. And after you get to 38th place, the rest really out of the race, because the number 8 Bentley is out with mechanical problems. Number 18 ended up in the gravel and off the road. 17 out with damage. 35 Audi out with mechanical problems. 3 had a fire. 4 had damage. 83 had a gearbox fail. 19 was engine related. 7 was damage. 29 was damage. That was why that car was out of the race. And then of the remainder, Kessel Racing 11 was damage. Andrea Piccini. Crashing out 888, crashing out 75, crashing out, legacy of its accident damage was 70. 73 was an accident for Sean Walkinshaw. 53 Ferrari was an early casualty after an accident. 240 I'll come back to. 15 and 90 we've seen in the highlights of big accidents both. Number 240 only does 24 minutes in each quarter, and it's all to raise awareness of cancer charities in Belgium. It's racing against cancer, and it's a meritorious effort to put star drivers from Belgian motor racing in the car, and with lots of sponsors for that, all, as I say, to help raise money for cancer charities. There are points in the championship scored at 6 and at 12 hours, and so Nico Bastian and Steph Dusseldorf have got themselves now into the lead of the Pro Cup with the championship. Alex Buncombe, Katsumasa Chiyo and Wolfgang Wright are behind them, having struggled to get in the points at the 6-hour mark. Life in the Pro Cup has improved a little bit at 12. In Pro-Am, Duncan Cameron and Matt Griffin now find themselves as the class leaders. And they, if they finish, going to add to that, because Bonaccini, Broniewski and Lyons are not scoring, with Andrea Piccini now having put the car out of the race after that accident that we had before midnight when he cannoned into the side of Nico Verdonk. We've had some bizarre driving again in the course of this race, and Andrea Piccini was given a reprimand for that accident. In the Amateur Cup, it is the absent Andre Bergin and Fabio Mancini that are leading on points, but that could well change. Augusto Farfus is in at the end of that 385. This, the leading car, serving a pit stop. So the team goes to work, and it's going to be the full service, isn't it? Fuel, potentially tyres, and a driver change here.
Yes, it's pretty much a routine stop for the 45, the lead BMW. Augusto Farfus done, I think, an outstanding job, as both the co-drivers in that car, Derek Werner and Maxime Martin. Of course, Maxime Martin, the hero, but right now, from what we are watching, I think Augusto Farfus has been probably the star in that car. We haven't seen a huge amount during the morning of Maxime Martin. Maybe that's the treat we're going to have in store for the remaining 6 hours and 17 minutes. It may well be that they'll put Max in for a double stint to finish this race if it comes down to a battle with position for the podium positions. There is the second place, Frank Stippler, and just looking at the lap to see where he is in relation to the Farfus in the pits. So will Farfus be able to lead the pits ahead of the Audi? The Audi is coming up to about the halfway around the lap, and I've got a nodding dog in the partial shelf of my commentary booth here. I think it's called David.
Woof woof. Who reckons the BMW will hang on to the advantage? So the BMW will start lap 386. Frank Stippler is on lap 385, and look at all that traffic he's got to work a way through. So actually now, BMW 45, there it is, set to rejoin, has been able to build quite an advantage over the number 2 Audi.
Yeah, and Frank Stippler at the bottom of the circuit, so he's got traffic, 4 cars ahead of him, and they're not going to be easy to overtake because they're all fighting their way up through the field. Frank flashing the headlights on the Audi, the Bentley not really being helpful because it's in a battle to try and get past. There is Farfus rejoining the track, so he's got the benefit of certainly the third of a lap of an advantage as he goes back onto track, fresh rubber and relatively clear traffic. As Frank Stippler finally makes his way past both the Bentley and the Ferrari. Overruns going into the corner, but the Ferrari goes into the pit lane. The Bentley stays on track, the number 9, and that was a moment that Frank Stippler really didn't need. He's in a chase for that position. That's what's going on here. Well, this is good teamwork by Mark VDS to get that car in, serviced back out, and probably enjoying the discomfiture of Frank Stippler in the second place Audi being delayed in quite a lot of traffic down at the bottom of the circuit, just on the Stavolo Courbe Paul Frère. So here is the Brazilian driver in the number 45 BMW. And he's just again got a quick in a straight line Ferrari ahead of him, but the lap time of the BMW will soon gobble up the BMW. It'll probably get done, I think, on the run up into the chicane. With fresh rubber on the BMW, it's going to be a bunch quicker. On here, the exit of the Paul Frère curb, lights flashing from Farfus. It'll clearly almost overrun the back of the Ferrari in through the real part of the Blanchimont, the second part of Blanchimont, and should be able to move up the inside on the Ferrari on the way up into the chicane. Well, not as close as I had thought it would have been. Will the Ferrari concede the ground? No. Well, that'll annoy the Brazilian no little amount, because he thought maybe that was going to be, that was his strategy, to try and get on the tail of the BMW on the exit of Blanchimont and make it through. And now he's got to try and do it again up into La Source. He's going to move to the inside. Ferrari stays up high on the corner and lets the BMW make the pass.
So Dirk Werner, the race leader, gets through the traffic. And where is Frank Stippler in relation? He's about half a lap back, isn't he, in the number 2 Audi. Now we'll see what the gap is going to be. And if you have a look and see now the rest of the field filing through, we're waiting for the number 2 Audi, the second place car. There's the sister WRT Audi number 1, which is down in 10th place. René Rast now is 6 laps down on the race leader. The one we're waiting for is number 2 Frank Stippler. This gives you an idea of what the gap is, because of course now the race leading car has already gone up towards Lincombe. It's gone through the first sector, so it's getting on for half a lap really. In the last sector is the number 2 Audi. It comes across the line now, and the gap is 52.7 seconds. That's quite a handy margin.
Yeah, I mean, it's over. It's around about a third of a lap advantage, maybe a little bit more. So Frank Stippler, there's a lot of work to do, and this, of course, is going to be the overlap on the pit stops between the two teams.
It's coming under attack, isn't he? Because the Phoenix car of Nicky Tim, number 5, he's trying to unlap itself there. Stippler stays ahead in the grey and red. The white and red colours are those of Nicky Tim. Frustrated, he had a 20-second stop-go penalty in the night because he drove out of the F1 pits, not the endurance pits. Why do you do that? I mean, Nicky Tim has these really bizarre moments of doing odd things. He does it in Carrera Cup Deutschland on occasions, and that costs the team time it could ill afford to lose. But when he's focused, Nicky Tim is blindingly quick.
Well, we saw yesterday evening, he was setting sector times purple after purple after purple, particularly in this first sector of the 3-sector lap. So the guy clearly has got massive pace in the first sector of the lap. But of course, having a drop-off and exiting the pit lane at the Grand Prix pit lane exit is quite difficult to do, because it is marked by cones. You'd have to sort of make quite an acute movement to do so.
Touch of brain fade as well, but here
Nicky Katzberg,
yeah, that's running in 4th place.
Really quick up through Eau Rouge and Radio, and we've seen Nicky Katzberg outstanding again in this car at Paul Ricard, and the Dutchman clearly comfortable with the BMW and a lot of pace. And just see Nicky's last lap was a 21.7, and Dirk Werner and Stippler, their laps traffic sort of affected in the 2 minutes 24. So Nicky Katzberg substantially quicker, largely because he had no traffic. But there is Nick Timmy has got past.
That's right. So Nicky Tim is storming on. That car in 5th place. Now it's 2 laps down on the next target. So really, from Phoenix's point of view, all they can do is drive flat out and try and chip away They've got the right man for the job in Nicky Thiem, of course. He can drive flat out. The people that work with him tell you that he is the real deal. Though the likes of Laurens Vanthoor, Maxime Martin, René Rast get a lot of coverage. Nicky Thiem, who's a former Porsche Super Cup champion, he's racing these days in Carrera Cup Deutschland. He's part of the Audi family, race winner in the TCR Touring Car Series. People, as I say, that have worked with him reckon he is very special indeed. So well, maybe Audi will use him more.
Yeah, well, maybe you've got a driver, a young driver, building his reputation, building a career. The likes of Vanthoor and Rast and all the other stars that Audi employ, they are your target. You're out there to take them off their positions within the team. So Nicky Thiem, very quick again up through Radiant Eau Rouge section of the track. That last lap from Nicky Thiem was, well, traffic again related 2:24, so it didn't have much effect. But Frank Stippler's last lap, 2:26. That's a slow lap.
It is.
I know there's a lot of traffic for the German driver to have to handle, but not ideal.
But equally, that car is now on a heavy fuel load, isn't it? Whereas, of course, the 45 car is slightly out of sequence.
Yeah, I mean, the fuel load isn't going to make that. I mean, it's not going to make 3 seconds of that time difference. It should be doing in full fuel tank conditions with new tyres. It should be capable of lapping in the 2 minutes 23s rather than the 2:24s. Werner's out lap, or first flying lap, 2:24 as well, so the fuel has a bearing, but I think that the offset is the brand new set of tyres.
There's 51 Ferrari turning its way through, which is now being driven by Davide Rigon. That's second in the class. You've seen 47, which has now got Alessandro Piaguidi at the wheel. There's the second placed Ferrari, which, as I say, is now being driven by Davide Rigon. Very, very successful, very quick single-seater racer, but very much now part of the AF Corsa stable. And like many, slot him into a GT car, and he will deliver. There is the Acura BMW, Alistair McCaig at the wheel. Now, he's a proper bronze driver. To go back to John's earlier point, Alistair McCaig has done quite a lot of racing, but at a given level, yeah, okay, he's done Blancpain, he's done ELMS, but he's not a pro driver, wouldn't claim to be.
I mean, if you want to have a definition as to what a Pro-Am driver should it be that he isn't a professional race driver? In other words, he doesn't make his living as a racing driver. Alistair McCaig doesn't make his living as a race driver. He does it, it's a hobby, it's a passion.
That's right, absolutely so. And he races historic and modern GT cars, goes well in both. And the Acura BMW, which was here a couple of weeks ago racing in British GT, as was this car, also run by Barwell, and is next in the class, so fourth in Pro-Am. This is the BMW Z4 of Team Russia, backed by Demon Tweaks, and it is Leo Machitsky, the Russian driver, who was a British GT3 champion many moons ago. First full season of racing, in fact. He's the man behind the wheel. Fifth in the class is Olivier Pla with a retro liveried Nissan. It really works on that car. Maybe it's because it takes you back years to when they adorned Group C cars, but it just looks good for my money.
Well, I think sometimes the simpler designs are the ones actually that are more appealing. And you've got blue, white and red, and they all work together, and it's an old style, old school paint job, where some of it's like a bit like drivers' helmets. You get these very sophisticated, intricate, computer-generated designs that in your hand looks magnificent, but at 100 paces just looks like a mess.
And there is sixth in Pro-Am, the Oman racing team, Aston Martin, run by Motorbase, the British team, but also is coming back to the British Touring Car Championship in a couple of weeks' time with its Ford Focuses. But here, running the Aston Martin, Ahmad Al-Hafi is the Omani part of the Oman racing team. Johnny Adam, Dan Lloyd, and the Australian, Jonathan Venter, who was racing an Aston last week in the Asian GT Championship, making his Spa debut in the AM category, the AM Cup. Callum McLeod for Team Parker Racing. Another squad with cars in the BTCC comes through. Stuart Parker's team, busy in Carrera Cup GB and the BTCC. And despite the rear wing damage, look, it's slightly askew, it's lost one of the end plates. It is soldiering on and still leading the class and being unaffected, seemingly, by the damage sustained earlier on. Callum McLeod, former UK Formula Ford champion, struggled for budget. He's done a bit of historic Formula Junior racing, he's done a bit of Euro F3 Open racing, but a bit of a wasted talent in many ways. Callum, it's good to see him in this and going so strongly as well. A relative newbie at GT racing.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Audi does. It sells you a turnkey race car, and part of it is, it's not just the reliability, it's the durability of the engineering. And that engineering, you can see in the rear wing, the end plate on the left rear wing is gone, and on the right side, but anyway, the wing still intact. It hasn't changed, although it's on an angle. It hasn't changed.
Now there is 56 Porsche, which is second in AM, and it's Frank Schmickler back behind the wheel of it. Frank, massively experienced driver. Raced in the DTM in the early 90s, went off and raced in the States for a time. He's raced in all sorts of German categories, but now largely races for fun rather than as a career. And the car owned by Jürgen Hering, who is one of the co-drivers and run by Arkinaka's Attempto Racing squad. Third in the AM Cup is this Ferrari number 111, Steve Earle at the wheel of it, a stalwart Spa 24-hour racer. And after the dramas that Castle had with this car last year, whoops, sideways into La Source, a podium result would be a really good turnaround in fortunes, wouldn't it?
Yeah, still missing that little bit of bodywork on the rear guard area. That's been gone for some considerable amount of time. May have a little bit of bearing on the aerodynamics around the rear of the car, the rear wing, but I think that was just under braking Steve Earle on the brakes. The back end, maybe the tires are coming to the end of their cycle, and again on the downshift, if you're maybe overly aggressive changing down, you can momentarily lock a rear wheel. Shouldn't happen, but lots of things shouldn't happen in race cars that human beings seem to manage to override.
Now there's fourth in the class, which is number 10, and that is the ACA ASP, Jérôme Policon's team Ferrari, and that's the car of Christophe Bourret, Pascal Gibon, Philippe Bollet and Jean-Philippe Belloc. And at the moment it is Jean-Philippe Belloc, former winner outright of the event when it was in its death throes as a touring car race. He is the man behind the wheel at the moment.
And Nicky Katzberg is up to third place, and Nico Bastien down to fourth. Is that the result of pit stops, or is that an on-the-track pass? Certainly it's a change. First time we've seen the Mercedes out of the top three for some time. Katzberg up into third place.
I think it's on a pit stop. I have to confess I was looking at something else, but
I missed that looking at the time of scoring, and I didn't notice the Mercedes in the pits recently, not certainly in the last few minutes.
So the fourth place Ferrari in the AM Cup heads up towards the timing line, running in 23rd place overall, that car at the moment, and a long way clear of the next, which is Pierre-Etienne Bourdais' Ferrari 28 that runs 5th in the AM Cup. And then 6th again for Sport Garage, the Ferrari of Christophe Courtin, Marc Guillot, Tony Zamon and Christian Baroujon. That's to round out the top 6 in the AM Cup. There is the Porsche, that's the 5th place car in the class. And as I say, 6th is the Ferrari, not that one that's right behind, because that's Davide Rigon, who's about to work away by, and he's in 8th spot overall. The Lumirand display on the windscreen is their class position. So 02 on the Ferrari, 2nd in Pro-Am, 05 on the Porsche, 5th in the AM category. It's not overall, it's the class position that's displayed there.
Davide Rigon, again, just simply quicker into Eau Rouge and up over the top. And it's the momentum that takes him past the Porsche. Porsche still maybe not the quickest car any longer, with the restrictions on the engine location and the consequent aerodynamics. The car's grown wider and wider, so it tends to offset the engine's performance. But still, having said all that, pretty useful when it comes to straight line performance.
Now there's the Brazilian BMW working its way through traffic. 77, we heard from the team earlier on. It is Carlos, or Caco as he's known, Bueno, back behind the wheel of it. Multiple Brazilian stock car champion, and in Brazilian, think stock car as in touring car, not stock car as in Frankie Wayman Jr. and Briscoe. But Caco Bueno, who did come to Brands Hatch many moons ago to race in the World Touring Car Championship, is installed behind the wheel of that car. And there is 42, which is the Ferrari, which is now 6th in the AM Cup. Christophe Courtin at the wheel of it, and you can see that's had a pretty hard night. It's a bit scruffy, that 42 Ferrari.
Well, the 50 Ferrari looking racy. Haven't seen it looking racy like this for a while. A bit of debris on the outside of the pole frère. That's like a bit of bodywork that's been discarded. So a little group of cars up the hill. There's that Nicky team in the third of those 3 cars. It is, and you can see, look at the body language of the Audi. It's just going to drive through whatever it takes. He's going to do it. He's done it, and that was a good pass. Aggressive, showed intent all the way through up the hill, and got the position and sat there and just literally just parked the Audi and forced the Ferrari wide.
Up the inside of Rui Aguas, who going back 2 decades was a hot shoe in Formula 4 in the UK. And there is Nicky Tim then, his dad Kurt Tim, former Formula 3 champion, DTM champion, 21, which had the door come off yesterday and a pit stop infringement penalty for too many people working on the car. That has pitted. It was Abdulaziz Al Faisal that brought it in. I think he stayed behind the wheel of that car. And it's about to rejoin, having been fueled and tyred. Rui Aguas charging on. That car is currently way down in 7th in class. And riding with the Portuguese driver now as he heads up towards Lecombe.
I'm just noticing as he came down the straight up into Lecombe, not only just looking ahead, but just looking left in the mirrors to see if there's anybody trying to slip up the outside of him as he made his way. Again, looking across. He has got that camera mounted on the top of the dash, or the screen, which gives the information from a rearward-facing camera, but he still uses the 2 door mirrors to still check, literally before he turns in, if there is anybody unsighted that he didn't catch, might be launching themselves up one side or other of the Ferrari, and he's gotten through and making a little bit of a break, but it's the aggressive Nicky Team, headlights flashing now, coming up on the leading AM, the Parker Racing Audi. So Nicky Team doing a lot of work. If we go back on board with the Ferrari, this is through Fagnes, then a short little spurt down to what is called Campazzo, the academy. It used to be called Stavro, the first part of Stavro corner. We used to try and make the 2 parts into one big arc, but it's not really possible now with the slight realignment that has taken place. So he makes his way up the hill. Again, conditions getting better as the morning moves on. Sky getting more and more clear. Temperature, track temperature, up to just under 16 Celsius ambient, just under 15. So conditions are a little bit of a unnecessary attack on the curb. You can almost hear the back of the diffuser rubbing on the curb. And there's a young man who will be here for many decades to come, hopefully enjoying his day or his morning so far, as Nicky Team slightly stalled out in his attempt to catch up and pass the leading AM Audi. Well, there's considerate parents, ear defenders for children, and they certainly need them. Even though these cars run a silencer system, they're still, some of them are more raucous. And now there's Alex Zanardi, has completed his stint, being assisted out of the car, and Alex will go back into the pits, debrief, and a great job by the Italian.
The only downside to that stint being that he's copped the car a drive-through for exceeding track limits, but it may not have been purely down to Alex because it's for the team, not for an individual driver, so it may be that others had transgressed earlier, and Alex just added to it that the car cops this drive-through penalty. But we are getting more and more warnings and more penalties now for track limits,
yes,
as it's dried out, so people are pushing harder.
Exactly, and it's just going to be the way the race will unfold for the remaining just under 6 hours. It's really the first time, I think, since the race started that we've had, I would now say, fully dry track conditions. We did speak to race director, the best part of an hour ago now, and he pointed out even at that stage, while the racing line was dry, there were areas where there was still, you could see the difference in the colour of the surface, in the darker areas, where those areas that still retain some moisture. But I would think that now has pretty much gone, and as the driver senses the track coming back to the competitor, he's going to be competitive. And of course they just have got to balance what they're doing with exceeding track limits, and there are 3 or 4 areas around the circuit where it is easy to do so, and you do it because it's quicker. You don't do it because it's just the sake of doing it. You do it because you will gain lap time.
So number 9 BMW back into the race. Alex Zanardi will talk to the team, debrief, and get ready for his next stint behind the wheel of the car. I suspect they may well put him in for the last stint. He can bring it home, which would be a good result if they can get into the top 10. They're on the brink of it, although the car has got to somehow fight its way past the number 1 Audi, but a lot can yet happen. As I say, this car does have the drive-through as well, still hanging over it, and we've got now just under 6 hours of the race to go, so just the Paul Ricard race to run then, effectively, because that was a 6 hour, 1,000 kilometre duration.
Well, it certainly would be a wonderful story if this car were to finish in the top 10. I think, other than issues with the number 1 Audi, the pace that car has is going to be greater than the pace of the number 9 BMW. But as we have seen, even the gods of GT racing, Lawrence van Thor amongst them, did get caught out with a bit of impatience in the early hours of darkness, and consequently that 5-lap, and he was lucky it was a 5-lap because that was under a safety car as well. So the number 9 pulls out of the way to let the number 2 second place and the number 99 4th place Mercedes get through. Again, on your right lap, that's just etiquette of the racetrack.
Bruno Spengler is the man there in number 9.
He'll rag it, won't he?
Absolutely right. We've got a yellow flag somewhere heading up through. Let me just see.
Sector 3 is coming up the hill after Stavelot upwards.
Going to be down at Les Cols, so it's the next section of the circuit where we could see a yellow flag. Now there's the Emil Frey Racing Jaguar. The Lamborghini has come to a halt. 63 has stopped by the side of the road.
Looks very smoky under the engine cover.
So that's coming towards the Cours Paul Frere look, and it's out of the race, and the driver is going to vacate the car. The Lamborghini then is out. That's going no further.
Well, both the Lamborghinis had engine changes before the race. They suffered a penalty. There we see the waved yellow flag, and
Adrian Zaug is the driver. Now, how are they going to retrieve that? Is it going to be a full course yellow? Does it need to be a safety car, or can it stay there?
I wouldn't like to see the car there, because we did see last year a major accident when Tim Mullen in the Von Ryan Racing McLaren had an incident and ended up going into the barrier extremely heavily and did a massive amount of damage to the McLaren, and Tim was rattled and shaken around. He's not the biggest of souls. Let's have a look and see. Well, obviously Adrian Zaug realises there's something pretty bad going on in the engine compartment of the Lamborghini. There is that puff of smoke, the telltale that says maybe there's been contact between the valve and the piston.
There's also been contact between the car and the barrier, hasn't there? Because you can see all the black tape there to patch up the front right corner, but Adrian Zaug is out of the race. And so now what we need to see is how that car is going to be recovered. So 63, sound to say, is a retirement. And the team manager of number 6 from Phoenix Racing is now being summoned to the race director. This is Bruno Spengler serving the drive-through penalty. So this is Spengler, the drive-through penalty that we were talking about a moment ago for track limits. So Bruno Spengler, fresh into the car at the end of 1 lap, comes in, serves it, and then he will get back into the race. So it's sort of routine, as it was expected this stop.
Number 6 Audi right now being driven by Andre Lotterer.
Okay.
So has Andre been exceeding track limits, or what else could it be up to then?
We've not had any reports of track limits as you look at the number 14 Emil Frey Jaguar. Now, this car is in 29th overall. It's dropped down a bit of late, but the good news is that it's still going. It's had all sorts of travails over its time, this car, but it's really good that it's still going so strongly. Gabriele Gardel has been driving earlier on, and Gabriele, a former FIA GT champion, must be pretty pleased with the fact that the car's reliability has improved. OJ?
We have lots of BMWs, we have lots of Mercedes, there's only one Jaguar, and the big cat is doing well.
Yeah, it's one Jaguar. The project started almost 4 years ago. The improvements are massive, and this year we are here competing really for the 24-hour Spa. We did a pretty good job. The team did a fantastic job till now, especially right now. We had a small issue. We were 16 overall early this morning. We had some problem on transmission, but right now it looks everything correct, and we're still fighting for the 9th position in Class Pro-Am.
And during the development of the Jaguar, reliability has been on and off, but going well here at 24 Hours of Spa.
Yeah, it's correct. We are fixing the last detail, I want to say. For sure, when you run just one car, it's much more complicated to have more report, more information, as other teams have many other cars. So for us, this is more complicated. But the team is doing a really quite good job, and as you see, we are running.
So what would you be happy with position-wise come the end of this race?
Yeah, top 10. This is what we are looking for, and this moment we are 9 in the Class Pro-Am. We were top 16 overall just 2 hours ago. We had the ECO, right now we are 29, so yeah, it's a still positive weekend for us.
And it's always great when you see a team loving a car. Why does the team love the Jaguar so much?
Yeah, this is a long story, come from Emil Frey family, from the passion of Jaguar. It's a long story, but we really trust in this brand, and we are really pushing hard to see him again really winning in a race.
Well, Gabriele, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Well, as a brand, Jaguar, of course, has got a an enviable record in 24-hour events from the point when the Jaguar company in the early 50s went 24-hour racing, Le Mans and elsewhere. Then, of course, back in the days when Tom Walkinshaw ran the Group C Jaguars, phenomenal cars. Adrian Zug still, now that thing's smoking like a chimney down there. And I just hope that there will be somebody getting there shortly. I don't like to see, must be some fluids getting out or onto an exhaust system or something. That is, Adrian is looking somewhat concerned about the, come on guys, this is getting worse. He can't do it, he's got no extinguisher system. There is an extinguisher system on board these cars, but whether he's deployed it or not, I don't know, but that needs to get attention. Zag, I think he's running, look, come on, get up here with the extinguishers. Otherwise, my beautiful green Lamborghini here is the fire tender truck. I hope he doesn't try to brake too late, otherwise, well, he didn't, he did the right job. Now, here we are, Marshall's with extinguishment, and he's just pulled the plug and make sure he gets it down into the engine compartment, pointed at the area where the smoke's coming from. I think there seems a bit of confusion that seems to be making it. Looks as if it's on the left-hand side of the bank of the V10 Lamborghini / Audi engine. So that's that powder, it is, I think, a powder. So hopefully, the concern that Adrian Zag, both sides are now being doused in extinguishment. And let's hope that that's got and Adrian looking down in it and looking underneath it, because sometimes what you see from on top is not what you can see from underneath, and get another extinguisher, put it into the wheel well and dump another load of. They seem to, well, that extinguisher's gone.
It's a great shame that, because the car really has been a major asset to Blancpain Endurance Series this year. You know, that on-the-road win at Monza and the appeal for that's heard on Tuesday. But this is a completely different feel to Lamborghini's motorsport activity from what we've had before. There's an in-house motorsport department and a new team running the cars, and they've looked good and strong. So it's a shame that we've had that drama. Now, Von Ryan Racing's had its dramas as well in the night, hasn't it? The McLarens have really dropped back. They're 25th and 26th now. And 25th is the orange one of Shane van Gisbergen at the wheel. The white in the hands of Adrian Quaife Hobbs now is currently running in 26th place overall. And when we last heard from Dave Ryan, his cars were well placed. Now we need to find out from Dave Ryan why the cars have dropped back. And OJ has found the man himself to ask the question.
Dave, last time I spoke to you, about 14 hours ago, everything was hunky-dory. The night time wasn't too kind.
No, we had a few problems. Bit unlucky with the 58 car. That car was running really well. A bit noisy down here, isn't it? That car was running really well, and then we had a little off with it, and that kind of set us back. It hasn't missed a beat, actually. It's been quick enough, so that was a bit of a shame. And same with the 59 car, really. We just didn't get it right, and then we had things start to go wrong and couldn't quite pull it back together, really.
How pragmatic can you be about all of this?
Oh, I have to be, don't I? Oh, it's the way it is, you know. That's racing, that's what makes it what it is.
Dave, thank you very much. Before you go, I just want to ask one last thing. What is written on your thumbs?
Nothing anymore. I've washed it off.
What was it?
No, well, I'm getting a bit old in the tooth, so I can't quite remember which radio's on which side of my head, so I have to have a little prompt on my thumb so I know what I'm doing.
Dave, thank you.
You're welcome.
But you've got two cars to look after. I suspect it was 58 and 59 on the thumbs, but David Ryan doesn't really tell us a huge amount about what the problems were, but you can tell the frustration after a race that started off so well for him.
Yeah, I mean, they were in the pound seat. They were leading the race comfortably in the first hour, and then obviously during the night there were incidents. We don't know quite what it was with the 58 car. Davey didn't allude to it in detail. The 59 car here we see coming up the hill, it's been running just the last couple of laps. They're running 2:26s, which is way off what is the ultimate potential of the car. Adrian Quaife Hobbs behind the wheel. Shane van Gisbergen is doing what he's done. He just must have made a pit stop because his last lap was 4 minutes and 25, so that's not relevant. So the McLarens somewhat maybe flattered to deceive in this 24-hour event where they did a brilliant job, and Silverstone looked absolutely unmatched as they took that victory. There is the Shane van Gisbergen car coming up through the exit of the Paul Frere curve. The Lamborghini has now been towed away to safety behind the barrier. I'm delighted to see that. And here the team that is leading, and this is the second car, that's the third place car. Well, was third place coming into the pits. Nicky Katzberg. Will the Mercedes be able to, in the overlap, regain that third place from this 46 BMW?
Let's have a look as the fuel goes in. Mechanics are ready to change tyres. Nick Katzberg doing another good stint. Here is the Mercedes. It's going to be close, isn't it?
It is going to be close because the fuel is still going in. They're now up in the jacks. The wheels, tyres changed. Going to do the left side now, so the Mercedes will make its way, probably approaching the chicane, and may well be just about exiting the chicane as the car is cleared and it's going to come off the jacks, the right rear. There it is, off the jacks. Where is the Mercedes? And the sister, the Brazilian BMW had to check. If we go back down to the bottom of the circuit, but I'd love to see. Oh, there's the
there it is.
Okay, I thought it was further along the circuit than it is.
So the BMW keeps the place comfortably, indeed. So the gap will have come down. It will be closer. And that Mercedes, of course, will be due a pit stop soon. Nico Bastian took it over. So we're looking at the top two, but there's also a similar battle on the overlap of pit stops for third place. But it's Dirk Werner who leads the way at the moment for Mark VDS, and a warning flag now for Lawrence Vantor for exceeding track limits.
Well, he certainly did that earlier in the night. But again, just track conditions are almost ideal. And there we see the Mercedes coming up into La Source and the BMW. Now the Mercedes has got the clear run down all the way through La Source, down into Eau Rouge. The BMW is going to make its way. It is going to be the first of those two cars. So now the BMW can get on it, but it's a tricky. I mean, the gap is going to be comfortable just about by the time the Mercedes exits radio. And there's the BMW, and it's going to be the momentum should be with the Mercedes, but the gap probably about 80 meters or so. And this is Dusseldorf's opportunity. If he's going to make it happen, he's got to make it happen now, and he's going to dive up the inside, and he's done it. He's managed to just side by side into Lake Coombe.
And Nico Bastian doesn't quite do it. Nick Katzberg hangs onto the place then. This is a real battle for position for third overall. It's the BMW just ahead, but Nico Bastian now well into his stint, wants to try to make the move and get the car ahead on the road, not just on pit stops. They go down towards Bruxelles. There's traffic ahead of them as well. Look, you've got the Porsche there of Frank Schmickler, and the Mark VDS engineers look on. Rover Racing will do likewise to see how the Mercedes is doing. They've got the back marker ahead. The Porsche should keep out of the way. Lining up for the inside is Katzberg. If he can go through on the inside at Porn, the Mercedes can't, and that is the case. He's bought himself a bit of breathing space.
And that's why Nicky Katzberg is a definite go-to, proper pro driver, and that was what you pay for with Nicky Katzberg. You saw there, because Nicky Bastian had the position on the entry to the corner, but because he's doing the inside, he couldn't carry the speed. Nicky Katzberg on the outside had almost lost the position, but could carry the speed into the first part of Lake Coombe, and then he was in the pound seat when the track went to the left, and Nicky Bastian had to get out of it, and that's great bit of racing by both drivers. But Katzberg, he was there, and he was determined not to let the Mercedes get the advantage.
And of course now that gap has widened because in the traffic, so the advantage has just stretched a little bit between the two of them. So Nick Katzberg now then presses on. He comes down towards the chicane at the bus stop. Up front, the sister VDS BMW, Dirk Werner at the wheel, leads the way, and he's on to lap number 400 now with 5 3/4 hours of the race remaining. Here they come up towards the timing line, looking at the fight for third, but now that he's into his stride, Nick Katzberg trying to edge away. 1.4 seconds it is over the line, but you see how long it takes to do a complete pit stop, because we were tricked into thinking, of course, as the BMW blasted away, that he was comfortable, but you forget how long it takes. And that's the leader! The leader, Dirk Werner, is off the road. The leader has had a drama. Is that a spin, or has something mechanical caused the car to go around? That is down at Bruxelles by the look of it. The smoke coming out of the engine bay. I fear this does not look good for the race-leading car.
Well, that car is not going anywhere. It's suddenly in a position where it will need assistance, and that's, I mean, what has happened? We just got the car at a standstill. We don't know the reason, and it looks like there's something mechanical, be it in the transmission or be it somewhere. I mean, it is they can't move the car.
trying to restart it, isn't he? You can see the Lumirak going on and off as though he's trying to restart it, but the race-leading car in strife, and a full course yellow is called for. A full course yellow.
I think the problem is the car is in gear and they're unable to there should be a mechanism to disengage that. It is coming into Brazil, and that is absolute throw up the race into a completely new.
Race lead has gone back to the Audi. Number 2 there, look, has gone through. So Frank Stippler takes back the lead of the race in the Audi. Full course yellow to get the number 45. BMW moved out of the way. But is this into retirement, or is this going to be able to get started again? We don't know the cause of the spin yet, but it's looking pretty bleak. And Bas Linders walks away, and I think that says it all, that he realises that a race that they were leading has just gone begging. 46 isn't out yet, but it's going to have to work hard to catch number 2, and that gives the impression of the car being pushed away into retirement. Here it comes, John.
I think something mechanical has gone awry. There it is. Something locks at the back of the car, and he goes around. Now, whether that was in the transmission or difficult to tell, you're only going to be second guessing, but something caused the rear of the car to lock up, and I doubt it was a brake problem per se. Oh, that's it. You know, there's something, I would say, in the gearbox or in the differential has just gone clunk, 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 clunk. And, well, didn't anticipate that.
No, so the race-leading car, by the sound of it, is going to be out of the race, because that was a pretty horrible noise. Now that the track is clear, we've gone back to green, and we have there the number 2 Audi back into the lead of the race, which is the car in the hands of Frank Stippler. We've been talking quite a bit about Pro-Am over the last few minutes and how well Kyrgios and Barwell is doing. Let's just quickly have a look at this, because for now, second place in the race it's about to be. Look, they've closed up, and 99, which is Nico Bastien, is on the tail of 46, Nick Katzberg. That battle is renewed. We'll keep one eye on that. We've been joined in commentary by Alexander Sims, who's done sterling work for Kyrgios in what we've been saying is a kind of proper Pro-Am car. You're up against all these ringers in pros, in Pro-Am, in the Ferraris.
Yeah, there's some fairly interesting lineups there. Pretty much full pro cars with one bronze driver, but no, we're doing a pretty good job so far. It's just crazy. Stood here, you know, you've had such a long race, but yet we've still got 5.5 hours to go.
Yeah, exactly. There's sort of 2 Blancpain races still to run. We're looking at this battle on screen for now second place overall, with a BMW Z4 like your car being monstered by the Mercedes. Where does the Z4 work best around here?
In sector 2, in the middle of the lap. That's where the Z4 is really, really strong. Yeah. Well,
I mean, you can see the Mercedes crawling all over. This is where you've got to get your elbows out and defend, isn't it?
Yeah, to be honest, through Eau Rouge, the car's fantastically strong, but just the top-end speed, it struggles slightly compared to the Mercedes and some of the other cars. And so, yeah, Sector 1, Sector 3, you're a little bit vulnerable at times.
Alexander, we've just seen the race leader, we think, retire at this point in the circuit. It came down into Bruxelles, and it's a BMW Z4M like your car is, and all of a sudden, clunk, 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 sounding from the rear. Have you ever experienced any mechanical issues with a Z4M that would give us a clue as to maybe what could have caused that car's retirement?
To be honest, no, not at all. You know, our cars ran faultlessly this year so far. Last year, exactly the same, no issues whatsoever. In the other racing that I've done, no, I've never had any issue like that at all. So, yeah. I'm clueless as to what that could be, to be honest.
I think the team is as well at the moment. They're trying to get to the bottom of what it is and whether the car can rejoin the race. So you've battled on through the night, you've battled on through all the grotty weather conditions at the start. You were behind the wheel for a pretty marathon first stint yesterday afternoon. You earned your money there, didn't you, with the rain, the sun, more rain, drying out, more rain, safety cars, full course yellows, rain. What else you had?
Yeah, it was amazing. Absolutely crazy. The start was one of the most scariest starts I've ever had.
Really?
Honestly, you know, you're going flat out after Eau Rouge, and I couldn't see 10 metres ahead of me. Spray all over the place, and you just hope that everyone's going to keep it on the track.
Yeah, the start was pretty bad, but then when we had that almost monsoon rainstorm, within about 2 hours of the start, just at the point when some drivers had come in and optimistically gone onto sticks, were you one of those that did that, or did you stay in the wets?
We and ahed about it a lot, but just erred on the side of caution and kept the wets on once we knew that rain was, in theory, coming again.
Yeah, but of course, your wets were pretty worn by that stage, so they weren't a brand new set of razor sharp wet weather tyres.
Werner, sorry to interrupt, Alexander. Dirk Werner staying in the car. He's got the marshals there, but presumably he's in radio contact with the team and seeing if there's any way of a communication. They might be able to advise him what to try to restart the car or explain to and fro what the problem might be and advise what to do next. Is that really what goes on now in a situation like this between driver and team?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment I would have thought going through Dirk's head is just how the hell do I get this car back to the pits in any way possible. I was shared the car with Dirk at the Nürburgring 24 Hours with Schubert. Fantastic guy, and I feel for him. I really do feel for him.
I mean, coming down to Brazil, just all of a sudden the rear of the car locked up, smoke everywhere, and a lot of mechanical noises. Whether something electrical maybe caused it all to shut down, it's very hard to tell. To me, it looked like a mechanical problem. Now, the most important question, I think, for you is, as a good father, did you do your duty overnight and let your wife get some sleep, in spite of you doing a 24-hour race?
Oh, yeah. Rachel went back to the hotel, and I mean, our little baby boy's 7 months old, bless him, so he lasted to about 8 o'clock and then had to go. But
I hope he sampled the Belgian beer before you put him to bed. Stop them young, Alexander. That, I think, is the answer.
That's the
out
story.
Of the race.
That's out.
Dirk Werner is out of the race, I'm afraid to say, and what was looking so strong for Mark VDS yet again, it just doesn't work out for them.
Well, he's just having a look in the cockpit, maybe replace the steering wheel or check something on the car. It looked pretty terminal when it came down into Brussels. It was obviously, you have to be optimistic in the hope that maybe the team can say, reset this or do that or reboot something else. And there's the face, Lucas Luhr.
And it's his car now that will uphold the team's honour. So 46 has to step up to the plate, doesn't it now? As here is the leading Audi serving its next pit stop at the end. It came in at the end of lap 400, a little bit earlier than expected, actually. Then a couple of laps early.
It's going to be interesting to see how the pit stops work themselves out now, I guess, because the Katzberg car, is that going to jump the Audi in the stops?
I think it might be too far back. But of course, it's such a long drive, isn't it, through the pit lane? I mean, only now can you get up to speed, so you sort of forget, really, looking at it, how long a pit stop it takes. But I think 2 will stay ahead. There's the BMW coming out of over, so it brings the gap down massively. And now Nick
Probably
Katzberg,
only 10 or 15 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to have to hunt him down. But now I'm into second place, upholding team's honour. What about you? How long out of the car have you got? How many more stints can you do? Because, of course, your team has got to get all your silver drivers through for the regulation time, their minimum, and also use you as much because you've got a maximum. So it's a bit of a juggle.
Yes. Alistair McCaig, the bronze driver, who's got to do the 6 hours. I think he's done 4 out of 6 so far. So we've got another couple for him to do, and I think I'm going to do the third from last and last stint of the race. That's the plan. But I had a double and a couple of a triple at the start and then a couple of doubles earlier. You kind of get pretty confused about what's happened in the race so far. As trying to sleep.
So really, for you, when you get in, it's going to be you've got the last flat out 2 stints, and just pick up whatever you can. Currently running in 9th place, but you're a lap and a bit behind the 8th place Ferrari. So just keep pushing. All you do is just push within what the car will let you do.
Exactly. Keep pushing. Stay out of trouble. At the moment, there looks like there's a chance of rain for the last stint. On our forecast,
which weather
anyway.
forecast did you get that on?
Just on my phone, but it's a 60% chance at 4 p.m. So.
That's just what you need, isn't it?
So yeah, I'll be happy with that. But always a chance to make up some ground. But
yeah, exactly.
No, we're looking strong. 3rd in class. We can't complain with that.
Excellent. Alexander, we'll let you go and get yourself ready for the next stint. Good luck to Barwell and to Ecuriacos. Alexander Sims, thank you very much. The Ecuriacos BMW at the moment, 3rd in Pro-Am. And thanks to Alexander for coming up, talking to us, and also adding to what we've been looking at, John, this very significant BMW development out of the race, Dirk Werner. It brings the sister car into contention now, up into 2nd place. But Bas Leiders must wonder what that team has to do to win this race. And Maxime Martin the same. His father's won it 4 times, and still Max can't claim his first victory in the race. I mean,
Lucas, your first win's always going to be the one that's the most difficult. Once you've won it, then seemingly you can go on and win many more. But I mean, it was such an unexpected retirement. The car was leading comfortably, and there was no pressure on the driver. He wasn't doing anything that was putting the car into an area where it was being extended beyond its potential reliability. And all of a sudden, the rear locks up, and to me, it sounded, I mean, maybe we get to find out shortly. I'm sure Baz Landers isn't in the mood to give an interview to OJ Borg at the minute, but nevertheless, we need to get as much information as we can in relation to why did the lead car all of a sudden lock up and come to a standstill, and Dirk Müller was powerless to do anything to get the car moving. It took the corner workers to come on track and push that car ultimately away behind the barriers and into retirement.
And I suppose the concern for the team is, on the one hand, they've lost that car, but could that problem happen to the other car? And we understand that the cameraman on that corner has asked Werner what happened. Said, I don't know, something broke and I lost control. So until they get the car back, they really can't add to it.
It could have been a drive shaft, could have been any number of issues, but we got the onboard shot, we got the mechanical sounds as well, and that for me was something substantial failing. You could be in the transmission, they could be in the crown and pinion, could be a drive, could be any number of drive line related issues. Could have been a significant engine failure, but there was nothing to indicate that would have been the cause. So I'm going transmission, gearbox, that whole drivetrain area. They can overheat. It does happen, but there was no signal, nothing to say that there was a problem for the car, and I think that caught the VDS team out as much as it's caught everybody in the paddock, in the pit lane, in the commentary booths.
And Marc VDS, not just because it's a Belgian team, but because it's the real underdog, has so much support, and you can see the emotion at Marc VDS, because teams, engineers, relatives, friends, family all know that was perhaps the team's best chance yet. And here it is again. This is from the outside into the corner, and suddenly it just locks, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's the back end of the car locks, and it just rotates around. Now the wheels are still turning because as the car went back, so whatever it is didn't prevent the wheels from turning. So listen again, listen to what happens coming down. Well, that's pretty mechanical to me, and you have to think, drivetrain. I keep going back to that. It may be something else, but whether it's in the drivetrain or drive shaft, whichever. But it was terminal, and that's it.
Well, Baz Landers might be able to tell us a little bit more. He'll be absolutely devastated, but he's found time to talk to OJ Borg in the pit lane.
Baz, I'm guessing right now you're really disappointed. What happened to the car?
Dirk lost power steering, and then the engine ceased, so probably something related to the oil pump, so something engine related.
How disappointed are you? How disappointed are you right now?
I think we were pretty good on the way to winning it if we didn't have any other problems, but that's racing. So yes, now we try and push with 46 and see if we can put some pressure and win it anyway.
Yeah, well, looking on the positive side, your other car is just 4 seconds off the lead. This is the race you want to win. I take it it's pushed from here.
Yeah, it's pushed, but okay, we are a bit offset with pit stops, so it's going to be difficult. It would have been easy with the 45.
Are you a stop behind then on pit stops?
We will see later.
Baz, thank you. Thank you very much.
I mean, the hard question after a heartbreaking moment for the team, the car that they thought would have taken them to victory, very emotional and a very popular victory it would have been. Still possible, because the gap between the lead and second place cars, 4 seconds, is minuscule. There is the second place car right now with Nicky Katzberg.
I know the team won't thank me for saying this, but Marc VDS versus Audi here always reminds me a bit of Pescarolo versus Audi at Le Mans. There was the underdog that came back year after year and did everything it could and always gave a really hard fight to Audi, but never quite made that breakthrough. But there's so much support for, I know it's got some factory support from BMW, but it's still a private team. It still comes here as the underdog, and yet again, try. It looks like a win may have got away. That said, 46 is still pushing. We'll see what they can do.
Yes, and that's their job. The gap as they came across the line was just over a second, so we've got a real race with 5.5 hours remaining as they come up over radio. There is the race leader, there is the second place BMW, Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel, Stefano Telli in the lead Audi, and these two guys are 100% racers. Stefano Telli will do all he can do to defend, but right now it looks as if the pace of the Audi has dropped off compared to the pace, some 2 or 3 seconds gap difference on that last lap. Nicky Katzberg clearly has got more pace, but again, as we just heard from Alexander Sims, it's in this middle part of the circuit, sector 2, where the BMW's strengths lie, whereas the Audi is fundamentally maybe not the strongest of the cars out there, but it's strong in every sector. So it may not be quite so quick as the BMW, but it's still pretty useful in sector 2. And then in sectors 1 and 3, it's got that little bit of straight line advantage. And Pierre Dupasquet, you can see the concentration, waiting for the move down the inside. Is it going to happen? Well, you stick your nose up the inside, you try to distract and unsettle Stefano Otelli. Well, Otelli's been here, he's written the book. He knows precisely what the game is. He'll be trying to now frustrate Nicky Katzberg, slow him down, actually, try to take the strength away from Katzberg and put it back into Otelli. But you can see again just how the BMW coming out of the Stavolo Paul Frere curb right on the rear wing. And he's going to have a look up into the chicane. I mean, it's written all over it. He's even having to get out of it. He almost overran the back of the Audi going into Blancpain. The Audi will stay in the centre of the track, and again, Nicky Katzberg thought the wiser of it. He did have a look at it. Otelli overruns. Now it's Katzberg's chance to make the undercut, get the better drive off. So here's another opportunity coming up into Stavolo.
Down they come towards La Source. He goes one way, he goes the other. Otelli defends, but there's racing room on the inside, and now the BMW will make the move. Nick Katzberg goes through, up on the inside, place gained, into the lead. On merit, on pace, not just on pit stops, goes 46 then. So Marc VDS loses one, but gets the sister car up into the lead of the race. This battle is not done yet. It may well be decided on pit strategy, but for now, Nick Katzberg wants to try to get away from that Audi and try and build some sort of a gap and therefore lose less time during the next pit stop. So 46 BMW now takes over the lead of the race.
Yes, well executed, well thought out and executed overtake. So Stefano Otelli overrun marginally on the entry of the chicane, and that allowed Katzberg to realign his car up to get the better exit out of the second part of the chicane, and he used that initial drive to give him the momentum and to get alongside, and he had to be absolutely square alongside the Audi going into La Source, otherwise the door would have been shut. But I think Stefano Otelli realised the game was up. He really was defending for the last couple of laps from the BMW, and he realised it's better to concede and continue than to be overly aggressive and then end up with cars, you know, coming together or having minor bodywork damage or cutting a tyre, and then of course the time lost is even greater.
Just to go back to that last pit stop from the Audi, it was a couple of laps ahead of schedule. They had been doing 27 lap stints, but it was only a 25 lap stint when it came in, so just slightly ahead. Now, what does that tell us? Was it that there was a problem that needed attention and therefore it had to be brought in early, or now, with the conditions being far better, are they being a bit thirstier on fuel than was the original plan? But 27 laps was the intention, and that's what they were doing in the cooler air earlier on today.
Well, again, going back to lap times, Stefano Otelli's last lap again, a 2:24.0 against Nicky Katzberg's, which was a 23.1, and that was Katzberg all over the back of the Audi. Now that Katzberg has been released, he's going to be running down in the low, or sort of the 2 minutes 20 plus 21.22, and I'm not persuaded that Stefano Otelli has got a lot more pace than that we're currently seeing.
The engineers there nearest the camera for car 1. In the crash helmet, Adam Hardy, who's the chief engineer on the number 1 Lawrence Vanthoor driven car, and Adam's trying to work out now what that can do to work its way higher up the order. It will inherit a place soon, because at the end of the next lap it will have done more distance than the Dirk Werner car, now stranded, so number 1 will go 9th. The lead gap then, Katzberg pulling away a little bit, 2.7 seconds he's opened up already over Stefano Otelli.
Yeah, I noticed Lucas Luhr going from the front of the pits to the back of the pits now. Maybe it's just simply a call of nature, or maybe they are anticipating a pit stop in the next few laps for this now leading BMW, and Lucas Luhr will be the man who will get behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, Marcus Paltela, the third driver, he's quick. It's debatable whether he's as quick as Luhr, but he, of course, is there to be used as well. Now we've got Audi down to second, and of course VDS and WRT have both had their dramas. What do Audi think about the situation? Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich is with OJ.
So it's looking like it's going to be a repeat of last year again. Backwards and forwards, ups and downs. Does your second Audi car have the speed to get back in front of the BMW?
At present, I think we struggle a lot with the tires, and it looks as if we could not go the pace that we thought that we can go. But there is one way to be patient and continue and go as quick as you can without taking risks. That's what we're going to do, and we will see how we end up.
I asked Baz about pit stops. Do you have one in hand?
No, we don't have one in hand, because it looks as if they would refuel a little bit faster than us, and over the 24 hours, this gives us a little bit of disadvantage.
And it must be stressful for you watching the racing, but as a spectator event, it's entertaining, isn't it?
For sure, there was a lot of entertainment. I mean, it was for sure a pity that at the beginning the weather was so bad, because this was not so nice for the spectators. But I hope now, with the good weather, they can enjoy the race.
And we've heard rumours there's rain coming towards the end of the session, probably for the last half an hour of the race. Have you heard that?
Yeah, these rumours we know as well.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah, we have to prepare for that, because if it's there, you have to try to use it for your best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Interesting what Wolfgang Ulrich says there about the Audis being slower to refuel, because the BMWs, all of them this year, for the entire Blancpain Endurance Series, are restricted over last year on the fuel rig, and therefore it takes a little bit longer to do the refueling. So BMW complain about it, and Audi still think that BMW is quicker. Let me please everybody.
Well, no, you can't. And the fact is, time lost in the pit lane is extremely difficult, as we keep repeating, to make up on the racetrack. But it's not so much time lost in the pit lane. We're saying now Nicky Katzberger is clear in air, running at 2 minutes 21. Stefano Ortelli has gotten himself into the high 2 minutes 23, but he's losing essentially 2 seconds a lap to this 46 BMW. And Nicky Katzberger has got that rhythm, and Lucas Luhr back in the position. So maybe it was, as I first thought, it wasn't a driver change that was imminent. So Lucas looks up at the timing and scoring, and is working out the sums, and if he can pull away 2 seconds a lap, but he knows how many more laps this car will do before it has to come in again for refueling and tyres. So that's a very strong position right now for the leading BMW to be in.
So 4.8 seconds is that margin, and 46, as we've been saying, has to step up to the plate now. In third is 99. Now, don't rule out the Mercedes, because it's still there, and it's durable, and it's reliable, and it's on the lead lap. Nico Bastian is at the wheel. And then fourth is number 5, Nicky Tim, and that car's only 1 lap down now. And, of course, that was way, way back in 20-something place last night after its dramas behind the safety car, and also lots of pit stops to go onto tyres and then go back onto the correct type of tyre. So number 5, Nicky Tim at the wheel. Now that has crept back up the order.
Yeah, and I mean further down the field, the number 1 idea that was, went off when Lawrence Van Voort had a momentary lapse. It's up into 9th place. It got into the top 10 about an hour and a bit ago. That 10th position now, Vincent Abril in the Bentley. So they've now got a car into the top 10 as well.
There's the leader. Down to the bus stop comes 46. It is Nick Katzberg at the wheel. And Lucas Luhr, we've been looking at and talking about. Well, it's time we heard from Lucas, of course. And let's go back down to OJ.
Lucas, you came very close last year in this race. It's already very stressful. You can see it in your eyes.
Yeah, it's been stressful from the beginning with all the weather and everything. We were quite up in the front, and we dropped back. Now we're back to the front. I have to say I'm very sorry for our sister car. They had a very strong run, and they also deserve to be there at the end. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly what happened to them. Now it's on us to keep the BMW colors up there.
If it is on you, do you have the pace to keep the Audi at bay?
At the moment it looks like it. I think, the competition, they variate a little bit in speed, and we stay quite constant. At the moment, Nicky is in the car, and he can pull away a little bit from the number 2. So hopefully we can keep it up.
And just on the mechanical that your sister car suffered, are there any worries about your car? I take it you've checked it.
I think we're going to. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
So Lucas Luhr acknowledges the fact that they will have a look and make sure that if they can avoid the same problem happening to the sister car, they will. But he's the right man for the job, isn't he, when he gets back in to try and extend the advantage. This was the pass, but we know that Lucas in a GT car is a class act.
Yes, he is. And the other thing I like about Lucas Lohr is he's a character
yeah.
in a sport that is becoming devoid of personalities. Nissan pulled over, and that looks like it could be the end of the run for the 23 car, Wolfgang Reip. So that's stationary. Well, let me find out from Bob Neville whereabouts on the racetrack. Just trying to see if it's down. Is it the exit?
Exit of the pit path.
Yeah,
coming down to
coming down to Stavlo, yeah. So great shame, because the team had worked hard to get that car back into some kind of position. But Lucas Lohr, say sport needs personalities and characters, and Lucas Lohr fulfills both of those qualities amiably, and at the same time has had a phenomenal career in GT racing. There's the Nissan just creeping slowly around the exit of Fagna, or the flip-flop, whatever the option name is. And I would say that's into retirement with 5 hours and 15 minutes remaining. That's when it really gets. Richard de Villa, Brazilian engineer who came over in the 70s with Emerson Fittipaldi and the wave of Brazilian drivers, and has worked in every aspect of motorsport, and now with the Nissan team. He could tell you as Taylor too.
It'll fill 5 hours plus, wouldn't it?
Probably was a part of it.
Yeah, indeed. So it looks as though that is the end, sad to say, for the car that won at Paul Ricard. And we have a drive-through penalty for the 333 Rinaldi Racing Ferrari for a pit lane infringement. We have yellow flags because of that car being stranded. This is the order. So after all the drama of the last hour, 46 now, Mick Katzberg at the wheel, leads the race. Number 2, Stefan Ortelli second. Third, 99, Nico Bastien. Fourth, and having just pitted, Nicky Thiem. So that potentially will narrow the margin to 47, which is now Alessandro Pierguidi, and Matt Griffin is in 6th place. So what do we know about 23? We know it's stopped, but do we know why? Well, up here we don't, but Alex Buncombe in the pit lane might. He is with OJ now.
Alex, we know the car has stopped. Do you know what the problem is?
Yeah, I've literally just heard now it's a fuel pressure problem, so Wolfgang's there flicking every switch he can do, and just to try and get the thing back. I'm not sure what's gone, it may be the fuel pump or something, but yeah, very, very disappointing. We were looking like we might get P10 in Pro. To move up to P9, we're like three laps away, so we're really just trying to consolidate our P10 in class and just try and bring a point home, which would be good for the championship, but yeah, not looking great unless we can get the car back.
And what are the chances of it getting going again, it not being a retirement?
Your guess is as good as mine. It's literally just happened about 1 minute ago, so the car's still stopped out on track, so yeah, just sort of watch this space.
This would probably be the moment that rounds off what has been a slightly disappointing Spa for you.
It has really, yeah. Quali didn't go to plan. The start of the race for me, the first few stints, just every decision we made as a team was the wrong one. When we boxed for slicks, we did 2 laps on the slicks and then it rained. So yeah, we were going up and then we dropped down, and then I had some contact in the night, and then yeah, that obviously put us back, and we're trying to claw back up. We're on the first page now, which is always nice, in the morning to be on the first page, and yeah, it's a real shame for the championship. Obviously we're leading the championship, and would have been nice to take a few more points home. I'm not sure where we're going to end up, but yeah, it's a shame, as I say, but fingers crossed Wolf can get the car back now.
Well, let's hope so. What happens in this situation? Does he just flick every switch and give it a kick?
Yeah, probably. I mean, the thing to do is just turn the master off, turn the ignition off, and just recycle the ECU. That's the first thing to do.
So turn it off and turn it on again.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Cheers, thank you.
And not only is there woe for 23, there's woe for 22 there, just going through the shop, because that has got a drive-through penalty for not respecting track limits. And number 23, Nissan's day, just gets worse and worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's been a tough race. Alex Buncombe obviously disappointed, having come off a great victory in Paul Ricard, 6 hours. So that car being pushed into retirement, once it goes behind the wall, it's never going to return. And when you get into the race, just 5 hours to go, you think you've got it cracked. Well, I mean, this is a normal Blancpain endurance race plus 3/4. A 3-hour race plus another 2 hours, 3/4. So it's still a long way. Still a lot of motor racing. And the unexpected. We've had the unexpected with what was the leading BMW, the 45 car, suddenly locking up, as Landers indicating that it was an engine-related problem. So maybe the engine just simply seized, and that's why the whole lot locked up. And that caught everybody off guard. And now, okay, not quite as important to the scheme of things, but to the team it is important, because their position in the championship, it needed support of points.
So Marc VDS having this bittersweet time, one car leading, but the previous leader out of the race and out on the spot. I mean, there was no messing, was there? It was no way that car was going to get back into the pit lane and be worked upon and stagger around for a few laps, but it was out on the spot. 47 is the car that's now 5th, leading the Pro-Am category. Pro-Am standings there for you. 47, a lap up at the moment on 51, the sister car from AF Corsa. So this is Stéphane Lemeray still at the wheel, and he's ahead of Matt Griffin, although Matt's doing his best, of course, to bring down that gap. The last lap from Matt Griffin was over 4 seconds quicker than the last lap by Stéphane Lemeray. Stéphane is experienced, Stéphane is quick, but Matt Griffin is super quick.
Yeah, but the guy who really is knocking the times out of the park is Nicky Katzberg. Yeah. He's 16 seconds ahead of second place Stefan Ortelli, and a further 7 seconds behind Ortelli is the third place Mercedes-Benz of Nicky Bastion. So Katzberg, it's his race to lose.
Yeah, might be right about that. We need to just see how they're going to pan out on pit stops. Bas Linders, with that sort of cheeky grin, said we'll see when asked about whether there was a pit stop in hand, but still, with, as you've been making the point, 5 hours to go, a lot can yet happen. And now, of course, the BMW team must be starting to just worry a little bit more about reliability, having unexpectedly lost one car.
Yes, I mean, the pace that Katzberg is running at is not that he's abusing the car, that he's in that lovely area where you're in a real rhythm. So let's watch and see. Oh, the McLaren and the Ferrari. And that Ferrari again wandering all over the racetrack.
Yeah, Alexander Moiseev in the Ferrari, then getting in the way, look, of Nico Bastian. It was Bruno Senna in the McLaren. And of course, that's a pro driver who's absolutely flat out. He does not want traffic in his way at all.
Well, unfortunately, that particular Ferrari always seems to be in the wrong part of the racetrack at the wrong time. Damage around the front of the 6. And is that recent, or has that been there? Looks like the front wing on the left side is becoming slightly dislodged from its correct mountings. Like maybe there's a bit of contact in one of the low-speed corners.
Yeah, I think some of it has been there a while. I think there is more recent, and it's all cumulative now. It's Andre Lotterer at the wheel. That car's up into 7th place. So right now we've got 3 on the lead lap. Number 5, Nicky Tim, is the first of those a lap down in the 5 Audi. It's the first of the 2 Phoenix cars, teammate to Lotterer. But how is he going to get onto the lead lap? Not easy.
His lap times are strong. He's running in the middle 120. So he's running about a second a lap quicker than the Mercedes, but he's a lap down.
Yeah.
So
he's lapping slower than the overall race leader. So
yes, he is by a tenth of a second, but he's really looking to get that final podium position to give Audi probably 2 of the 3 podium slots. But again, he was still going to do a lot more work to catch the 3rd place Mercedes.
Indeed so. So that Mercedes a long way up the road, of course a lap up on the Audi. The AF Corsa garage is busy, partly because there are so many cars, like a Ferrari dealership today, of course, they run so many. Over the timing line goes 50, it is an AF Corsa car, Romain Moiseev, and there is 51. Matt Griffin still at the wheel. That lap was a 2:24.5, so only fractionally quicker than Lemeray, because he got stuck in traffic with all the rubbish that's been dragged across the road there, Luke.
Well, it's a 24-hour race, and you're going to get a load of it. But in some cases that would be cleared by the track marshals. You can see the rubber on the outside of the entry into Eau Rouge, and that is an area now that you would never wish to stray, because if you do, that's just like getting onto marbles, and you will lose all traction, all grip. The Curiacos BMW about to be challenged by Bruno Senna. Senna further down the field, but trying to do all he can. He's in 26th place.
Yeah.
And the BMW currently in 8th place, and crucially 3rd in class.
I think Barwell has done a great job. I keep going on about it being a British underdog team and all that, but you know, it's a proper team, Barwell, admittedly, but here they are taking on the might of AF Corsa, which is to all intents and purposes the factory squad with some star drivers and a Kyriakos, smaller outfit with a proper bronze driver in Alistair McCaig, and there the car remains in the top 3, heading for a podium, fingers crossed, in the class. I reckon that's a really top job.
I think Mark Lemmer sums up the British spirit.
I go along with that. See some of the British spirit advertised on the side of the car, can't you?
Well, that's Scottish.
Oh,
spirit.
does that not count?
Not quite the same. They're all well, I'll not do any of that stuff.
We'll devolve you if you carry on, John, like that. So the Kyriakos BM over the curbs goes. Who's behind the wheel of it? Ollie Bryan, isn't he? Ollie in the 79 BMW. Bruno Senna charges on behind him, and there, look, is the car now third in the hands of Nico Bastien. Now his lap times relative to Stefan Ortelli we need to be looking at. He's only 6 seconds back, so it's interesting this to see how he's progressing. There's a drive-through penalty just being given to the 42 Sport Garage Ferrari. It's one of those in the AM category, quite a long way down the order, in fairness, but just to make the point that it's got a drive-through penalty with the driver being Tony Samot in the car at the moment. Right, over the line has gone Ortelli. He is getting away now from Nico Bastien because he's stuck behind the traffic. So second to third, 7 seconds, but it's still not much.
No, it's not. I mean, a lot of it is just simply down to the ebb and flow of where you meet traffic and where you catch traffic. But we're seeing now Senna getting alongside Ollie Bryan going down into Eau Rouge, so that will give Bastien some hope because he knows he's got a little bit more straight line speed than the BMW, so hopefully he will find a way past the BMW on the run up into Les Combes. He's got the momentum, he's picking up the slipstream, he's going out to the right, and this is going to be a perfunctory overtake. Oliver Bryan does the correct thing, lets the podium seeking Mercedes get through. Of course, both are third in their respective classes as we look at them, but of course there's a difference of 6 or so paces on the racetrack.
So down they head towards Bruxelles. Senna, as we've been saying, down in 26th after dramas in the night, whereas the 99 Mercedes metronomically has soldiered on. We have a list in here of various maladies that have affected different cars, and apart from running wide over the white line there and exceeding track limits, there's barely anything you can pinpoint that has happened to number 99. It has just kept on going, and it's now due for another pit stop.
Yes, so there we see again fresh rubber and a timely stop for Nicky Bastien, because he would probably have a slightly more difficult task getting past the McLaren, because the McLaren has got a better overall top speed than the BMW and will be giving nothing away in this middle sector. So the Mercedes is going to be called in. It may be more than just a service and fresh rubber. Maybe we'll see a driver change as well.
So out of L'École they go, and there the River Racing mechanics are ready.
Well, there's no spare driver hanging around. So maybe they keep Bastien in the car. He's done a sound job for the team. Steph Dusseldorp had been the previous incumbent. So that looks as if, just again, you just got to be careful that you're not going to be dragged in for a use of track limits. So Mercedes makes the late cut back in. So will that knows actually it was Juncadella was the last person in the car. So will it be Bastien staying in? I think it is. And then as we get to the final two after this one, will they put each driver in, or they'll just let one do the last two stints for sure?
Steph Dusseldorp is probably the gun in that car, isn't he? I mean, Nico Bastien has done a very good job, but Steph Dusseldorp, you know, has been a GT regular and a successful driver, so they may well keep him for the last stint and keep him fresh and use him at the very end.
No, I think Daniel Juncadella would be, he might say, well, you know, I'm a hot rod out of, you see him all the time when you do DTM, so you know Juncadella better than me. Steph Dusseldorp, we know what he is capable of doing.
I don't disagree with Daniel Juncadella as a driver. I just think that because he drives this only infrequently and it's his first year in the car, he doesn't have the experience, A, of this Mercedes, and B, of long distance racing to the extent that Dusseldorp has. Dusseldorp may be the person they would use at the very end. In terms of pure pace, no, I take your point.
No,
just in GT experience, Dusseldorp would be my choice.
It would be a nice to go down to the Mercedes and just actually throw them that question, because clearly this will be Bastien's last stint. When he finishes this stint, there'll be then 2 more to go, and we'll see whether, or 3 more to go, to see how then the team want to play it out.
Yeah, 65 minutes is a stint. The maximum you can do in any one time is 3 hours and 15 minutes. So if they can triple stint a driver, but of course now it's harder work doing that for the man in the car because the temperatures are going up today with it being warmer and sunnier than we had yesterday. There's 5, that is Nicky Tim, who now is on to lap 4:14.
And Nicky Tim's lap time still fractionally slower than race leader, but he's effectively the second quickest driver on track. Now, if Bernd Schneider had been still in the race, he would have been the second quickest driver on the track, but sadly he's not.
Yeah, that car in the gravel last night, Bernd Schneider, winner 2 years ago, out of the race. Bernd Schneider winner in 1989 as well as 2 years ago, to be fair. Nicky Tim then makes his way uphill, gets himself up alongside Jürgen Hering in the Am Cup Porsche. Up the inside he goes now, running in 4th place is Nicky Tim, and there rejoining is the Mercedes. So Nico Bastien comes down the pit road. It's a long drive down the endurance pits, and then the long drive up the hill the other side before you can rejoin the racetrack.
Yes, and all at 50 kilometers per hour. And then you've got to wait until you cross the pit lane exit line and then get the hammer down. So that's Nicky Bastien is about to do. And
I like the hat.
Yeah, well, I remember those days. I had one of those things. I was actually paid to wear it, that's the difference.
In the Martini Brabham days.
Yeah.
We've got a yellow flag out on track, and it's round Blanchimont towards the bus stop. So the yellow flags are out towards the end of the lap. Let's try and work out what it is or who it is that we have lost it. So it could have been that Ferrari that's just got going again. Let's see, because I understand the green is out. Yes, it is. So 52, I think it is, that's had a little drama. And that was the AF Corsa car. Adrian Delina at the wheel. That, after being in the gravel at the start of the race, has got itself up into 16th place. Admittedly, it's quite a long way back from the overall leader. But Adrian Delina, who came out of the ELMS, having raced in Trofeo Maserati, new to Blancpain this year, going strongly. And this was what happened because it was a big lose. And he got within a Nat semi-crotchet of that wall, but I think he just about missed it, but that was close.
I'll tell you what, I don't know where he had his heart, but it certainly would have been somewhere other than his chest cavity in that one.
Absolutely.
That's about as quick as you can get out of Blanchimont, and not actually, well, I think there's no mark on the wall indicating the wing. No. And he's recalibrating himself, let alone getting the car fired up. Now he's got it fired up and he's got to try and rotate it. I don't know whether he damaged the left rear. No, the left rear, I think so, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's carried on. He didn't pit, did he?
No, he didn't. I was just looking to see whether it looked like, because the angle it made it look as if the car was maybe slightly down on that left rear. But I would imagine there's a few flat spots. He'll go down the Camel straight and he'll not be able to see anything.
Yeah.
Well, there is the car.
That's the one.
That's the one. So if he's flat spotted any or all of those tires, he will absolutely five-plate himself out of the car.
A few flat spots and a huge laundry bill, I would have thought, as well after that. Let's catch up with Matters Mercedes. Danny Juncadella is in the pits with OJ.
Danny, you seem to have serenely processed all the way to 3rd.
Yeah, it's looking good for a podium finish, obviously. Was looking better at the middle of the night when we were leading the race, but yeah, so far it's pretty good. It's just a bit less than 5 hours to go, so we'll see if we can manage to stay there or fight for a bit more.
You must be fighting for a bit more. To be on the lead lap with 2 cars ahead of you, the win is not out of this world.
Yeah, I still don't really know which guys need to pit more than us or need to change brakes. So that's still the question, because if you look at the pace of the Audi at the moment, it's really strong. Oh, sorry, the BMW is really strong. And yeah, we will see if we can fight them. We will give it a fight to number 2 Audi. We seem to be on a similar pace, so let's see what happens.
Have you changed brakes and pads?
Yeah, we have. So that's done for us. We've been quite unlucky with that because we had to change it in full race speed, and some others made it possible during yellow flag, full course yellow or safety cars. So that's still an issue because we've lost some time there, approximately 2 minutes. So yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but we'll see if the others have to stop again for that.
And just talk me through the stints to the end of the race. Who's doing what?
No idea. The next in the car, that's what I know. And then we'll see from there. But still 4 more stints for us probably, so we'll see.
Danny, thank you.
So Danny Juncadella, former Formula 3 Euro Series champion, part of Mercedes' DTM attack these days. He's not had the greatest time in the DTM, but a very talented driver is Dani Junqueira, and the fact that Mercedes now placing him in other projects means that he's certainly part of the Mercedes family. Spanish driver with a lot of ability, and has switched away from single-seaters to go the DTM touring car, now GT route. So a busy driver, because he's on parade at the Red Bull Ring in a week's time when the DTM restarts. There's Wolfgang Reip's Nissan that has crawled its way back to the pit lane, and Bob Neville's, I can't say merry men anymore because they've had all this work to do, but his team will put the car in the box and see what work can be done to bring it back into the race.
I'm slightly surprised that the car, once it went behind the wall, was permitted, but obviously within the rules you can do that. Wolfgang Reip has taken instruction from the Nissan garage and has managed to get it to restart and get it back up into the pits, but obviously whatever the problem is will have to be attended to. That might have been just a bandage job, so the hood comes off, and all the Japanese technicians that are in attendance with the team for this event will be having to drop the sashimi and Suzuki and whatever they're going to have for lunch, and there'll be chopsticks into the engine bay.
But is that going to be enough? And can that car get back into the race? And even if it can, what result can it achieve? Now there, we've not seen much of it for a while, but going strongly, the Oman racing team Aston Martin, which is currently running in 14th place overall. It is the Omani Ahmed Al-Hati behind the wheel. Now last year, this car with Ahmed at the wheel had a big accident in the night coming out of Blancpain. This year, it has kept out of trouble during the darkness, and as far as its class position is concerned, up towards the timing line, 6th it is. And Ahmed Al-Hati, the Omani driver, with good co-drivers in Johnny Adam, Dan Lloyd and Jonathan Venter, the Australian that races in the Asian GT Championship. This is a really good run by David Bartram's team.
Tell me, David, 2 weekends ago, British GT came to Spa-Francorchamps, was won by an Aston Martin.
Yes.
Is the level of this event with factory Audi, Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari, whatever, is the pace of the Blancpain 24 hours at Spa that much quicker than the average pace of a British GT car?
The pace is different, but certainly British GT, like a number of domestic GT championships, is still largely Pro-Am. Whereas, of course, here you've got a complete Pro Cup. And so the Aston Martin that won, you've got Johnny Adam, for example, driving with Andrew Howard, who is a quick driver. He's a businessman, but a successful, quick amateur racing driver. And the regulations do penalise the teams that have two higher graded drivers together. So the format for British GT is to try and maintain it as a Pro-Am competition.
And of course different tyres.
Different tyres. The cars run Pirelli in this and Avon in that. But yeah, I mean here, what it's doing in the Pro-Am class is comparable to what the cars were doing a couple of weeks ago, whereas take out the Pro Cup, you know, they'd be right up there near the front, but it's the fact that you've got this pure Pro element that skews the result.
The whole dynamic changes.
Yeah.
And of course the other factor is the tyre factor. And you know, we know with Audi, for example, that you heard from Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich, just they're trying to control the tyre performance on that number 2 car. Changing tyres is not just simply about taking one make off and putting another brand on, but the construction and the engineering in each individual tyre is totally different.
Well, the car's back in the race, so it didn't take that long, did it, once the team got it back, to put Wolfgang Reip back out again?
Yeah, they seem to know what the fault was, and it didn't take an awful lot to effect a cure.
Well, that's the frustration of long-distance racing, isn't it? If a car's going to stop, it will stop miles away that you can't get to it. Now, earlier on, OJ was able to have a little stroll down the endurance pits and managed to catch up with David Bartram, whose motor-based squad operates the Oman racing team, Aston Martin.
So Dave, you've seen a lot in your time in motor racing. It sounds like you had a nightmare just getting here.
Yeah, it's been an interesting week. One of the trucks got involved in an accident with a Polish truck on the way down here and wrote that off. So, and then we got to race as well. So yeah, it's been a bit full on, but so far the race has gone fairly well. We're still in it. 18 hours in, we're still, I think, 4th or 5th in class at the moment. And just hoping for more. We had to have the car in a little while ago, which was the first time some damage underneath the car to the sump guard. Boys repaired it and got it back out in a couple of minutes. So we're still chasing hard to be in the points.
So it sounds like you had all the dramas getting here, And as you've been here so far, everything has not been too bad.
It's not been too bad. Everyone on the team's worked really, really hard this weekend. It's been quite impressive to watch. And I just hope we get to the end. You know, that's the one thing with a 24-hour race. You want to get to the end. And obviously you want to get to the end in a good position. So we'll keep working at that.
And what is, in your eyes, a good position to be in at the end?
Best one's to win, isn't it? But that's difficult in this series at the moment. You know, there's some very, very strong, heavy teams in here, some manufacturers, and as an independent, it's a tough ask. So if realistically you can end up in the top 10, you're doing well.
And it's great to see Aston Martin's racing in this series. The Aston's going well.
The Aston's good. It's a good car for this circuit. You know, it doesn't suit everywhere we go. It's a good car, it's a good brand, and I enjoy the car and so do the drivers, so we do the best we can to get the best result with it.
Well, good luck for the rest of the race and good luck getting home.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
A great enthusiast is David Bartram. He started off in motor racing competing in, of all things, the now much pleasantly forgotten Ford P100 pickup championship many, many years ago, but he doesn't race very often these days. But David runs a good team, came out of Carrera Cup, runs in the BTCC and loves GT racing. He's a recent convert to it and absolutely loves this discipline.
Absolutely. I mean, and 24-hour races, you don't get that opportunity very often as a Pro-Am team, and again, very much in the same spirit as Mark Lemmer's team, that you know, they fulfill every aspect of the spirit and the regulation, and they're competing against the might of, we keep referring to AF Corsa and Ferrari. Well, the rules permit what Ferrari do, but equally this Aston Martin team is a true team, a true Pro-Am team. So I think Aston Martin is a great brand. I think it's a car, just by its inherent layout, that's actually very adaptable. As we see the Audi, this is the #1 car coming in, which is still in 9th place. But they fulfill the spirit, and Aston Martin have a great car, and it would be lovely to see what would happen in the hands of fully professional drivers in the Pro Cup.
#1 driving down the pit lane, #2 just leaving. Stefan Ortelli has been in, but on lap 419, he was in on lap 400. Now, they were doing 27 laps earlier, and that was a 19-lap stint. So I'm curious to know why that was so much shorter.
Tyres. We think, well, Dr. Ulrich referred to, they're trying to manage the tyre situation. I would just wonder whether that management, and looking at the rear, where's the other? Oh, there's it there. I thought we'd lost one of the tailpipes. Just we lost some of the bodywork around the rear of that Audi in that incident. So when they replaced it to get it back on track, they didn't put all the gubbins back in it, in the sense that when you would go and buy one of these cars in your local Audi dealer, and then you can see the air jack about to go in. So the round robin of changing, just a thermometer being shown against the brake disc to see what the temperature is and get some readings on where they are in terms of ultimately what is going to be a pad or disc potential change, as the sister car makes its way up and the #1 car is back on. Laurens van Voor behind the wheel, but there is the second place #2 car, and that makes its way down the hill. You know, it is a strange, why would they make a short?
Yeah.
Or maybe they've decided that it's for the remaining 4 hours and 48 minutes, this is going to work for them. Obviously there's a reason they don't make decisions like that unless there's a very justifiable reason given, and maybe there's something they've been working out strategy or strategically that they think would be the best they can do.
Unless, I was going to say, did they bring it in early in order to add some discs, but they didn't lose enough time in the pits for that to have been the case. So that's one for OJ, I think. Let's get him back on his toes and go and inquire as to #2 as to whether, first of all, I think I'm right in saying it was only 19 laps from the log that I'm keeping, but 19 laps is much shorter than the 27. That's the target for a stint in 65 minutes. There's your Pro-Am leader, Stefan Lemeret, down in 5th place still, but with the margin over Matt Griffin not really coming down last time. They were very evenly matched, those two cars now. And behind is the Bentley, the surviving Bentley, that is now Harold Primat at the wheel. We haven't seen much of Harold Primat. There in the AM class is the 50 Ferrari, and that is the car in the hands of, again from AF Corsa, Alexander Moiseev, who is new to the championship this year, and of course one of the drivers who is a true am with relatively a limited amount of experience. This is a big learning curve, but of course,
team trying to find a way around it.
Yeah.
You know, it's difficult for everybody out there.
But the more miles you do, the more confident you get, the more you learn. So doing a race like this all helps on driver development.
Yeah, I mean, the key for these amateur drivers is, and in particular where some of them are in the true spirit amateurs, and some of them are not the youngest in the field. As the drivers were advised in the driver briefing, it is the responsibility of the pro driver to give any question of doubt to the amateur driver. So, in other words, if a pro driver tags the back of an amateur driver, it'll be the pro driver that will be deemed the guilty party without even hearing the evidence. So that's why that team was a little bit cautious and about making a manoeuvre until he was totally clear that he could do so and get through cleanly.
We've got a drive-through penalty for the Team Parker Racing Audi for exceeding track limits. Ian Loggy, who's the bill payer, is behind the wheel of that car, former Brit Car Endurance champion, but Ian Loggy, I'm afraid, has been given 31st place overall, quite a long way back relative to the Audi within the class in terms of laps and time, but even so, it's going stronger, this car. And for the two AMs of Alexander Moiseev and Gary Kondakov, it's all about learning, all about gaining experience. Heading uphill here is the 5th placed car in the Pro Cup. That's Andre Lotterer at the wheel now.
And really, you can see with the Ferrari and compare, if you like to call it, the body language of those cars that are in the front of the grid. This car is being steered through a corner. It is not being fundamentally heavily loaded like some of the lead cars will be doing. Like Nicky Kasper, for example, would be leaning on it every which way.
Now let's find out a little bit more about car 2. Pierre Dieudonné of Team WRT is in the pits and can tell all, hopefully, to OJ.
Pierre, a question about Stefan Ortelli. Why such a short stop?
Well, to be honest, it seems that we are struggling a little bit for pace, and so, well, we think it's mainly a matter of fine-tuning, you know, mainly tire pressure depending on the temperature. But we want to put everything on our side, so we try everything to see if we can gain a little bit of pace, because at the moment the BMW is quicker, and also the raw Mercedes are faster. So we try and pick up some speed.
How worrying is that lack of pace for you?
Well, you know, in the end, there is not much you can do about it. Just try and see if it's a technical solution. If you look at the other Audi, they are also, I mean, we are all more or less in the same pace. So I think we have to find a reason for that, or try to find a reason for that. And if not, you know, it's the faster will win the race, and that's it.
How close to finding that reason are you? What are you thinking is? What are the possibilities?
Well, you know, as I say, it's probably fine-tuning. These cars are very sensitive to tire pressure, depending on the outside temperature, depending on the pace that we have on track. So it's a guess. It's something we are looking into it. But if you don't do anything, you look at the times and we will be beaten. So we want to try and speed up a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
You know, David, there's a very quick and easy solution to... Pierre was trying to dance around the question. This car, well, this is the number 2 car, the number 5 car of Nicky Team. It's the same car as the car that Ortelli stepped out of, and now Nico Muller's in. Team's car, he's lapping in the high 21s, low 22s, way quicker than Ortelli in the number 2 car was capable of doing. They're identical cars, same tires. Why not just go down to the Phoenix team and say, why are you running that much quicker? Or are they being defensive and saying, for some reason, Stefan Ortelli couldn't dial himself in to the circumstances the car was providing him with? Because one Audi is running mega quick, and in fact, Laurens van Thor in the number 1 Audi, he also on his last lap did a 2:23, and I'm sure he's done quicker than that. So, but certainly the number 5 Audi doing lap times comparable to the race-leading car.
I'd go along with that, because although Pierre Giordano was talking about fine-tuning and tyre pressures, the one thing that's fairly blatant that they've changed is the man behind the wheel. They put Nico Müller in, and Stefan Ortelli wasn't coming up towards the end of 3 hours and 15 minutes maximum in the car, so they've done more than just tweak tyre pressures. Now, okay, Nico Müller, winner of this year's Nürburgring 24 Hours, another DTM racer for Audi. We know he's a quick driver. Is he quicker than Stefan Ortelli? Maybe he is these days. Maybe a younger gun behind the wheel is going to be faster. Stefan Ortelli is a good, safe, hugely experienced pair of hands, but perhaps in pure pace, Nico Müller has the edge over Stefan now.
It's quite possible, because, you know, as you grow older, the speed that everybody has when you come into motorsport, and it comes completely naturally to you. You don't even think about it. As you get older, experience and judgment becomes more the major contribution to your efforts behind a wheel. So maybe that is the crossover point that the team are realizing with Stefan. We don't know. We wait and see whether Nico Müller will actually do anything. I mean, his first time lap is a 23.1, which is, well, 0.2 slower than Bastien is in the Mercedes, and it's about 0.7 of a second slower than Nicky Katzberg's last lap. So there is a slight drop off now in the BMW as it's coming up towards probably the end of its stint, and fresh tyres and more fuel and a new driver in the Audi. So maybe Pierre Dieudonné didn't want to answer the hard question with a truthful answer.
I think you're probably right about that. Yes, there's more than just tyre pressures in that, I would suspect. I mean, okay, it might be that Stefan has reported back that he just can't get it hooked up, but interesting, isn't it, all round. At number 14, the Emil Frey Jaguar has got a drive-through penalty for track limits. More and more of them are coming. A stop-and-go penalty for the Kaspersky Ferrari. In comes the race leader then. At the end of lap 423, that car comes in, and I would have thought that was a little bit earlier than planned as well. But in comes the leading car then, and Lucas Lohr it is who is ready to take over. The leading car then serves a crucial pit stop here in the total 24 hours of Spa as we approach midday here, local time, with a 4:30 finish to this year's race. Let's just look back at how we got to this point in this year's race that began in the wet as the cars worked their way behind the safety car, ready for the start of the race through Eau Rouge. When the race itself got underway, it was a relatively slowish start by Frank Stippler from pole position, and that enabled Kevin Astre to take the lead of the race as the cars worked their way up Eau Rouge for the first time, powering their way out of Les Combes. There was contact, and Frédéric Verviche was the man that came off worse as he had a spin. The car was just glanced as it went by the Ferrari. Tony Villander at the wheel, and Villander had his own problems, losing it a couple of laps later into the gravel. It was a brake caliper issue that caused the spin. Whether that was a legacy of the contact, the team wouldn't tell. Guy Smith in Bentley 7 was working his way into contention, getting ahead of Lucas Lohr, who struggled a little bit at the very start of the race, but not as much as Gilles Duquesne, who went off heavily into the barrier. And that was a very crumpled Ferrari indeed. Duquesne out of the race, that brought out the safety car. Everybody formed up behind, and with the two safety cars in use, the pack was broken up. The second wave were released, and it wasn't long before we had the second safety car, Carré Mauger, with a very spectacular off at the top of Radion approaching Les Combes. Pit stop cycled through, but it was apparent that this was going to be a long safety car period. Getting the BMW removed wasn't the only drama, but the barrier had taken such a whack that it would take quite a long time to repair the Armco on the run up that very fast section of the circuit. So, as the fans with their cameras trained waited for the restart, the pit stops cycled through, the teams losing less time under the safety car and making a pit stop therefore than they would under conditions. The Spa circuit staff hard at work to try and get the circuit sorted out as fast as possible. Bentley cycled through 8 and 7, although those cars sadly would be out before dawn broke. As the field paraded behind the safety car, the track began to dry, and it wasn't long before the really ambitious, forward-thinking teams decided to have a punt and go into the pit lane and change onto slick tyres. With a dry line emerging, it looked as though it was the perfect decision. But just before the lap times really got to that crossover point, so the heavens opened and the circuit became soaking wet once again. Back into the pits came those that had gone on to slicks, including the Phoenix Racing Audis, for example. Very frustrating for drivers. Marcel Fassler in 6, Christopher Mies in 5. Ikuria Kost leading Pro-Am after a great first stint by Alexander Sims, and with the rain intensifying, a full course yellow was called for. That then became a safety car period as Jean-Carl Vernet tangled with Michele Rugolo. The Ferrari of Rugolo was out, and Vernet ultimately would retire despite repairs being effected to the Audi. Up from the back of the grid, number 63, the Lamborghini Huracan, Marco Bortolotti at the wheel. After an engine change in qualifying, the car started at the rear of the grid, but up to second place briefly as race leader René Rast worked his way out of the pit path through traffic before he would hand the car over to Laurens Vanthoor. The Mark VDS BMWs worked their way through the next round of pit stops, ready to rejoin the race, and they were closing on the leading gaggle. Next drama, shortly before dusk, was Alexei Karachev getting it all wrong coming down past the endurance pits. The car looped around and around and around and just glanced off the barrier. Ultimately, there was damage to bring it into the pits and retirement. The pressure at Bentley was telling as mechanics lost their footing, and Philippe Salaquada lost his Audi completely coming out of Blanchimont. Damage to the car, it was out of the race. Damage to the tyre wall, and as the walk of shame was conducted by Salaquada, so we went safety car once again, because that was, for the fourth time in the race, an interruption behind the safety car, as many others decided it was time for something to eat and drink. Attention switched for some away from track activity, but drivers limbered up, including Nico Verdonk, who was ready to go in his Mercedes. The safety car continued to lead the field around. Verdonk would get on board after a good stint for Black Falcon by Adam Christodoulou, but sad to say, Nico Verdonk's time in the car was not a very happy one. As the cars headed into the darkness, there were plenty of battles still to resolve, and fireworks and sparks flew on track and above. For Royal Racing, Roberto Ravalia's team, in came Timo Glock to give way to Alessandro Zanardi. Alex set for his first outing in the Spa 24 Hours, and his first racing laps will be done in the dark and on a wet, greasy circuit. Number 2, Frank Stippler, gave way to Stefan Ortelli, and there was a delay in getting going for the 45 BMW. Not as bad a delay as Triple Eight, Ryan Ratcliffe, off the road, and sadly that car a retirement. He brought out the safety car once again. Safety car 5 came for Ratcliffe, and it wouldn't be long before there was a 6th safety car as well. Just a few minutes later, there will be another drama down at La Source under the glare of the moon. Spa took on a whole different look, as still with grey clouds above, the lights from the pit buildings shone over the circuit. There was a spin for Ferrari 17, and Andy Merrick looped Bentley number 7 at La Source as well. He got going again, but worse was to come as he clattered into traffic up at Les Combes, and the damage done later in the race would put the car out of the race, and 8 also would retire before dawn. Michel Blanchemin had dramas in his Santaloc Audi. Worse was to come for Nico Verdonk as he got piccinied at La Source. The Ferrari diving up the inside. That put the Mercedes out on the spot. Out came the safety car, and just around that time, Laurens Vanthoor made a rare mistake as he was stuck, frustrated, behind Jelmer Berman's Mercedes. He went off the road, the car got back to the pit box, but it lost 5 laps whilst the damage was sorted out. The car rejoined, but is struggling, of course, to make up a 5-lap deficit. The cars worked their way into the night, and many of the teams would have a long and difficult night ahead of them. So too would the race officials, with cars in the walls during the evening hours and the night time as well. But as the field battled its way around La Source, the fight was on between Audi, BMW and Mercedes as the 99 Rover Racing Mercedes SLS AMG GT3 was going very competitively indeed. Many of the fans, though, had lost interest in car noise. They were more interested in the concert. Max Buch was concerned about finding his way back into the right direction. There was contact between him and Dirk Werner in the BMW from VDS, and Werner would get a drive-through for his part in the incident. 23 Nissan was in strife, making contact with the Insight Racing Ferrari up at Les Combes. Ferrari out, Nissan delayed. Mark van der Straten caught up with some much-needed sleep through the early hours of the morning, and he awoke to find 45 with Augusto Farfus at the wheel leading the way. 99 Mercedes ran 4th, Nico Bastien doing a very good job behind the wheel, but it wasn't long before the number 2 Audi on pit stops put itself back into the lead of the race. Number 50, Gary Kondakov, had a spin as he looped it coming out of Pouhon. He was able to select a gear and rejoin. Stippler gave way to Ortelli. Number 2 came back into the race, and there was a big spin for the Mike Rockenfeller Audi coming out of Eau Rouge, and we had a full course yellow to retrieve the bodywork on the road. Augusto Farfus, though, was a joy to behold in the early hours of this morning, flying through the traffic, totally uncompromising as he built up the race lead. It would be Dirk Werner to take over, and the BMW's advantage was helped with the slow stop for the Audi with a rear wheel that just would not part company with the car. So up front, Werner was getting away. In traffic, there was a committed Frank Stippler trying to work his way through. Stippler and Nico Buller had done some great work during the night. They were being chased, of course, by 99. Danny Joncadea had been at the wheel of the now third-place Mercedes, and Nico Bastian, when he took over, would do an equally impressive job. The Rover Racing team well placed for a podium finish. In the AM category, the 111 Ferrari was going strongly for a podium finish. Liam Talbot at the wheel, as Adrian Zaug's Lamborghini had a smoky exit coming out of Le Col. It took quite a long time before anybody went to the aid of the car, which was smouldering away. But then, as the battle raged on for third place, Bastien had a go to get past the 46 BMW, but Nick Katzberg repelled the challenge. Dirk Werner led, but then, coming down towards Bruxelles, there was a drama that seized the transmission and the engine, and the car spun into instant retirement. Galling indeed for Mark VDS Racing. But one car out, 46, with Nick Katzberg at the wheel, stepped up to the plate and took over the lead of the race. There was a full course yellow while the VDS car was pushed out of harm's way. But for Dirk Werner and for Mark VDS Racing, the lead car was no more. So it became a battle between the number 2 Audi and the 46 BMW. It was Stefan Ortelli ahead of Nick Katzberg, and Katzberg made the move down to La Source, and that put him into the lead of this, the total 24 hours of Spa.